I've had sort of a dual career over the years, half a neurobiologist, half a primatologist. I spend about half my time living in a lab and mucking around with neurons and sticking genes in them and such, and then about half my time studying baboons in a national park in East Africa. And if you spend enough time sort of going back and forth between the two, eventually you begin to look at humans fairly strangely. They really do take on a different quality. I mean, you obviously wonder about everybody's neurotransmitter levels, but you look at other guys and you wonder if their canines are longer than yours, and you usually conclude that they are, or you spend a lot of time looking at people's rear ends and calculating like how much anesthetic you would need to dart them. But what I thought I would talk about tonight is sort of if you spend time studying the brain bases of behavior, the evolutionary bases, all that, after a while, it's really a challenge. There's ultimately this question of thinking about humans. Are we just another primate? Are we just a collection of neurons? Where to place us in the biological world? So I thought I would sort of give somewhat of an overview of where we fit in, and the answer is we keep being just like every other species out there until you look a little bit closer. What we'll see here is, as I present this material, there's sort of three basic challenges. And the first one is recognizing the domains in which there's nothing fancy about us whatsoever. We are just like every other species out there. Some of the time, the challenge is the second one, which is we've got the same basic wiring as everybody else out there, but we humans use it in a way that is utterly bizarre. And then, of course, the third domain where we do stuff that's simply unprecedented. Okay, let me give you an example of each. First one, you are a hamster. You are a female hamster, and what you do as a female hamster is about every 5 days or so you ovulate. That's what you do. Unless some researcher has stuck a second female hamster in the cage with you, in which case both of you lengthen your cycles and you begin to synchronize them so that after about 3 weeks or so, you both ovulate the same exact afternoon. Totally amazing. This is all done with olfaction, pheromones. You can show that if you hold a hamster's nose shut for 3 weeks, she doesn't synchronize to the female stuck in her cage, but put two female hamsters together and their cycles will synchronize. Unless you now take a male hamster and put him into the middle of the cage, in which case their cycles desynchronize completely. It's all olfactory. You can prove this totally elegant. Don't put the male in the cage. Take the male in another cage and pump the air from his cage into their cage, and that desynchronizes their cycles. It's all olfactory. And the coolest thing of all is when you put the two females together, it's not random who synchronizes who. The socially dominant one tends to synchronize the other. So this is just like standard knowledge. People have known this forever, and it works this way in dogs and cows and pigs. Apparently, you could go to a 7-Eleven in Iowa and buy a can of pig ovulatory synchronization spray, and you can go home. I have no idea why you would want to do this, but you could go home and spray it all over your pigs, and all of them will synchronize their ovulation. You can do that. People do that. People are licensed to do. This is so well understood that it's like commercial spin-offs, all of that. And the most amazing thing about it of all is it works exactly the same way in us, where it's known as the Wellesley effect, named after Wellesley College, all-women's college, paper from 1970, showing how during freshman year, roommates would tend to synchronize their cycles with each other. It was an olfactory phenomenon. They would synchronize their cycles unless one of them was having close, intimate relations with a male, which would desynchronize the cycles. It's the same pheromonal communication. It all works the same. And most cool of all is it's not random who synchronizes who. It tends to be the women who are more socially extroverted dominant. Now, this is well enough understood that when I was in college, people would sit around at the dinner table and say, when we roomed together this summer, I had her synchronized by August 1st. That's kind of what biologists do. So in a setting like that, what the challenge is accepting we're just like every other species out there. Now, some of the time, the challenge is in this second domain, and what you see there is that, well, let me give you an example. A human ritual. Two humans sit at a table. They're silent. They don't move. They don't make eye contact. They do nothing more physically taxing than every now and then one of them lifts an arm and moves a piece of wood on the table. And if these are two chess grandmasters in the middle of a tournament, they are maintaining the blood pressure for hours of marathon runners. And they're doing it just with thought. And that's the amazing thing with us. We sit around and we activate the same physiological systems. I mean, you sit there and you get stressed over something psychological, and you're secreting the same hormones that fish and reptiles and birds do when they're stressed. And what are we doing? We're thinking about the ozone layers, or, oh no, they like something completely abstract. We turn on the same stress response. With us, we have the same old physiological wiring as every other mammal out there, and then we use it for utterly bizarre circumstances, as we'll see. Finally, third domain, there are circumstances of human behavior where there's simply no animal precedent. Now, let me give you an example here, shocking example. You have a couple, they come home from work at the end of the day, they talk, they have dinner, they talk, they go to bed, they have sex, they talk, they fall asleep. The next day, they do the same exact thing. They come home from work, they talk, they eat, they talk, they go to bed, they have sex, they talk, they fall asleep. They do the same thing every night for 30 days in a row. Hippos would be repulsed by this. Hardly any other species have non-reproductive sex, and nobody else talks about it afterward. And in that regard, we are totally unprecedented. In those domains, you want to make sense of us as a species, there is simply no animal equivalent. So as we see these various topics here, that's going to be our challenge, is recognizing which categories we're falling in. Finally, top left, the most depressing finding in this whole field is you take people, put them in a brain scanner, and you're flashing up faces like 1/10 of a second, barely noticeable, high speed, and for your average person, you flash up the face of someone of a different race, and the amygdala activates. Oh, crap. Hardwired on 1/10 of a second to have a racist response like that. Is this inevitable? Is this hopeless for us to ever get? Now do the experiment a little bit differently. I recently found out that apparently San Francisco has a baseball team, and that supposedly they have this rival that they get very worked up about, and now you're flashing up the faces, and each face is wearing a baseball cap. And if you get the right San Francisco baseball fanatic, if it's the home team, you get one response. If it's the rival, the amygdala activates and you're not processing skin color. Oh my God, the innate nature of human racism, my ass. All it takes is this cultural thing we invented 1 or 2 centuries ago, and which one counts as an us or a them in baseball loyalties overrides that, and you've recategorized people within milliseconds there. Okay, so in terms of the sensory stuff, we are constantly being buffeted, constantly being influenced by sensory information like this, and half the time we haven't a clue it's there or can't imagine it's relevant to our judicial decisions. Okay, so now pushing further back, our behavior has occurred. What's relevant in the hours to days before? What do hormones have to do with what goes on here? Now, if we're talking about humans at their worst, right off the bat, we know which hormone to round up: testosterone. So what's the deal with testosterone? Why are males of every species and every culture such a pain in the rear on this planet here? It's because testosterone makes you aggressive. Testosterone doesn't make you aggressive. Here's what it actually does. Take 5 male rhesus monkeys, put them in a group, let them form a dominance hierarchy. A defeats B 3 times, B never defeats A. This is the hierarchy. Now take C and inject C with testosterone. Give C like so much testosterone, like every amygdaloid neuron is growing antlers, and that guy just enormous. So now does C get involved in more fights? Absolutely.
Is this the pattern that occurs now? Is C suddenly challenging A and B and rising in the heart? Absolutely not. C never does a thing with A and B. What happens instead is C becomes a total nightmare to D and E. Testosterone does not invent aggression. Testosterone exaggerates pre-existing social patterns of aggression. And it turns out it does something even more subtle than that. And this is people beginning to realize what testosterone really does is when your status is being challenged, testosterone makes you do whatever you need to do to maintain status. Now, if you're a baboon and somebody's challenging your status, the way you maintain it is you have a fight with them. It's synonymous. But if you're human, things get more complicated. And for example, you can have an economic game where people get status by making generous offers and give people testosterone, and they become more generous in the game. In other words, if you shot up a whole bunch of Buddhist monks with testosterone, they would run amok doing random acts of kindness all over the place. The trouble isn't that testosterone makes us aggressive. The trouble is that we reward aggression with status so readily. Meanwhile, if we're talking about sort of the good side of our behavior, the hormone that immediately comes to mind is oxytocin. Oxytocin is officially the grooviest hormone in the world. Oxytocin promotes mother-infant bonding, pair bonding, trust, expressivity, cooperation, generosity. Give fruit flies oxytocin, they become better listeners, all sorts of stuff like that. Oxytocin promotes pro-social behavior. Oxytocin does no such thing once you look more closely. One example of this was work done a few years ago in the Netherlands, and volunteers there were given this classic problem in philosophy, the runaway trolley problem. A trolley is broken loose from its brakes, it's hurtling down the tracks, it's going to kill 5 people. Is it okay to push one person onto the track who will be killed but will slow down the trolley? Can you sacrifice one to save 5? Basic utilitarian stuff. Philosophers have been dealing with the runaway trolley problem since, I don't know, Aristotle took his first trolley. It turns out how you frame it matters. Is it okay to push a person versus is it okay to pull a lever that dumps the person? You get totally different answers from people. Okay, so they give these volunteers the runaway trolley problem. And the key thing in this study was they gave a name to the person you were pushing on the track. Either it was somebody with a classic good old boy Dutch name like Dirk or Peter or something, or it was one of 2 groups that consistently evoke negative connotations in Holland, people from Germany, oh that's right, World War II, or people with Muslim names. So now you got a choice. So are you going to push Dirk onto the tracks? What about Wolfgang? What about Mahmoud? And it turns out you give people oxytocin and they're far more likely to spare Dirk, and they fall over themselves to throw Otto and Wolfgang and Mahmoud under the tracks there. Oxytocin doesn't make us more pro-social. It makes us more pro-social to people who feel like an us. If it's a them, it makes us crappier and more xenophobic to them. So in both cases, we've got hormones affecting our brains, our sensory systems, but far more subtly than you might think. And the problem with testosterone is that we reward status to aggression so readily, not that testosterone causes it. And the thing about oxytocin is it doesn't make us more pro-social, it exaggerates this divide between us's and them's. Okay. And one day the family's in there saying, you're getting stronger. Look, the nurses said yesterday you did 1 loop around the hospital, and today you did 2 loops. You're getting better, you're getting stronger. And the person says, no, you don't understand. They're doing some construction. Last night, they closed down the outer corridor and they opened up a new little one. So the 2 versions of this one, 2 loops there, shorter than the large one. I'm getting weaker, I'm going to die. This is like someone expecting to believe that last night they were like beavers digging through the walls there, making this new. This was the father of an acquaintance of mine, a structural engineer. This is what a structural engineer looks like when they're delusional to the point of saying that this is a world in which everything is inevitably getting worse. Depression built around that. Next, of course, one of the most dramatic and one of the most awful symptoms of depression, self-injury. Depressives mutilating themselves at a high rate, And of course, most notoriously, suicide, risks of suicide, and that is absolutely tragic in teenagers, early adults. That, along with accidents, is the leading cause of death. Major bad news. Another set of symptoms that wind up being informative, something called psychomotor retardation. Everything is exhausting. It's exhausting to do stuff. It's exhausting to think stuff. You were there and you can't do the laundry because where's the basket, and you got to find change for the machine, and you got to go get detergent, and just, it's too much. Everything is too much, and you fall into this paralyzed state. Something very interesting in that regard. You get someone who is severely depressed, like to the point of hospitalization, and when they are absolutely crippled with psychomotor retardation, that's not when you worry about suicide. This is someone who's having enough trouble getting out of bed and getting dressed each day. They're not going to figure out how to shred the hospital mattress and make a noose out of it. Where you've got your problems is when somebody begins to get better from a severe depression. When they're starting to come out, that's where the psychomotor retardation relieves enough that suddenly they've got the energy to do something catastrophic. That's when people are on suicide watches, when you have clinicians who are oriented well. Next, something really interesting. And in lots of ways, the single point I want to hammer in here over and over and over is something that people with depression constantly battle with. Back to semantics. We all get depressed. Bad stuff happens to us. We all get depressed. We feel lousy. We feel withdrawn. We feel sort of a sense of grief, and we're not taking much pleasure, and we withdraw. And then we get better. We cope. We heal. We deal with things in life. What's the deal with you that you can't do that? And there's this lurking sense, given that all of us have periods of being depressed and come out the other end. When you look at people who instead go down and stay down there to this crippling extent, there's always this little voice between the lines there of, come on, pull yourself together. We all deal with this sort of thing. I will make the argument throughout here that depression is as real of a biological disorder as is juvenile diabetes. And you don't sit down a diabetic and say, oh, come on, what's with this insulin stuff? Stop babying yourself and pull it together. You will see this is just as much of a biological disorder. All these different stages of sleep, slow wave sleep, deep sleep, REM sleep, all of that. There's a structure and architecture to how we sleep, sort of 90-minute cycles as you go through the different phases. You look at the brain of somebody with depression while they're sleeping, and these different phases are completely disordered. The whole structure of sleep goes down the tubes. Look at somebody when they're sound asleep and their brain sleeps differently. This is not, oh, come on, stop babying yourself. This screams biology. More versions of it. Most of us, what we do when we're feeling kind of down is we eat more, out of this general belief that when you feel unloved, carbohydrates make you feel better. And bizarrely, there's actually a brain chemistry of it, of carbohydrates decrease stress hormone release. So for most of us, you're feeling bummed out about things, you eat more. That's not what you see in major depression, decreased appetite. Another thing you see is activation of the stress response. A class of stress hormones are highly elevated in people with major depression. You also have overactivation of something that's called the sympathetic nervous system, adrenaline. Overactivity of these components of the stress response, and that's really important. Because you look at someone with a major depression who's just mired in this psychomotor retardation stuff, and there's this temptation to start thinking about them as some sort of like sea sponge, some invertebrate thing where you're just so wiped out, you can't even get out of bed. It is just debilitating in that sense. That's not what's going on during depression. What you have instead is somebody whose body is blasting through their overactivated stress response, this enormous battle, all of it going on internally. And the fact that you see changes like these tell you this is not, oh, just so wiped out you can't even activate. This is someone whose body is having a massive stress response 24/7. There's a huge battle going on, and it's all internally, increased metabolic rate, increased muscle tone, all of this again screaming biology. The final thing that says tons of biology is lots of people with major depression have rhythmic patterns to the depression. You will get somebody where they will fall into a depression, where it will have 2 months of extreme severe symptoms, debilitating, come out the other end, and a year and a half later, the exact same pattern, a year and a half later, exact same thing. You have some people who only get their depressions during the winter, something known as seasonal affective disorders, SADS, and this is someone where something horrible happens to them in June, and they feel sort of sad for a couple of weeks, and they come out the other end, and nothing happens in January, and they fall into a depression, and they're hospitalized for a month and a half, just like every January for the last 10 years. And you see that, and that is all about biological clocks that are out of whack there. It's biology. This is not, oh, come on, pull it together of it. What's going on in the brain in major depression? What I'll start off with is the chemistry of it. Okay, what we got here, do not panic if you are not familiar with this and have not wanted to think about science since high school sort of thing. You got two brain cells, you got two neurons. The way they talk to each other, they don't actually touch each other. In order for one neuron to send a message to another one, it needs to release a chemical messenger that goes floating over here and does something or other to this neuron. Chemical messenger called a neurotransmitter. And here we have a case of this, and by law, all neurons go from left to right. So this is a cell that continues down this way. It's all excited. It's trying to pass on some news to this neuron. There's a space in between called the synapse. And what this one is doing, because it's all excited, it has these little water balloons filled with neurotransmitters. Excitation signal comes along, dumps the neurotransmitters. They go floating across the synapse, bind to a receptor there, and then suddenly, something changes in this neuron. That's how neurons talk to each other. How many different types of neurotransmitters there are? Probably hundreds. And what will be pertinent here is, in depression, there's just a handful of them that seem to be implicated. First neurotransmitter, something called norepinephrine. Norepinephrine first got implicated in depression in the early 50s, in the early 60s rather. What was the evidence? Around that time, the first generation of antidepressant drugs had been developed, something called MAO inhibitors. What do they do? Okay, so you got your neurotransmitters released, because this neuron's excited. What do you have to do? It comes out, it does its thing with receptors, and then you have to clean up after yourself. You've like dumped all this stuff in the synapse. What do you do then? You got two options. You can take the neurotransmitter and you can be green in your orientation. You can recycle it. You can take it back up in here and stick it back into one of these. You can do this recycling business. Or you could be terrible and carbon footprint. You can throw out your neurotransmitter. There's like enzymes sitting around here that break it up and flush it down the toilet. What's the toilet? Out into your cerebral spinal fluid, your bloodstream, your urine, whatever. So either recycling or degrade this stuff. So what do these MAO inhibitors do? They inhibit the activity of this enzyme that breaks down norepinephrine. Okay, so what's the logic there? So you inhibit the activity of this enzyme. You don't break down norepinephrine, so it's just floating around there, and for lack of anything else to do, it hits the receptor a second time, and a third time, and a gazillionth time. And suddenly, somebody's depression goes away. What's your theory have to be at that point? Ooh, I bet there wasn't enough norepinephrine coming out. You find a means to increase the signaling, somebody gets better, and you now hypothesize there's a problem with too little norepinephrine. By the late 60s, another class of antidepressants came in called tricyclic antidepressants. What do? Essentially the same exact thing. What they do is they gum up this pump that recycles the stuff. Norepinephrine doesn't get removed from the synapse, has nothing else to do, hits the receptor second, third, 10th time, person feels better. Ooh, I think the problem in my theory is too little norepinephrine coming out. Thus, the norepinephrine hypothesis. More evidence for it, there are classes of drugs that will decrease your norepinephrine release. Why would you want to do that? In some parts of the body, an excess of norepinephrine has something to do with high blood pressure. So you take a class of drugs, something called reserpine, and what it does is it disintegrates these things. And thus, you don't dump as much norepinephrine. Major side effect in lowering somebody's blood pressure that way is they fall into a depression. So you take a depressed person, you find a way of boosting up their norepinephrine signaling, they feel better. You take a normal person, you drive down their norepinephrine signaling, they get depressed. There's got to be a problem here of too little norepinephrine. So that's incredibly convincing. So at this point, what you got to say is, okay, great, that's convincing, that's irrefutable. What does norepinephrine do? And people figured it out in the 50s, and it's got something to do with this. Take a rat and take a certain part of the brain, you put an electrode down in there where you can stimulate the neurons, you can force them to talk to each other when otherwise they have nothing to say, stimulate this pathway, and what you do is you make a rat unbelievably happy. Okay, so of course the question is, how do you tell when a rat's unbelievably happy? And what you do is you make it work in order to get stimulated there. It presses a lever, and it presses a lever 25 times, and it gets a little buzz there, and it does another time, and rats will work themselves to death to get stimulated in this area. It is better than food, it is better than sex. If they're addicted to a drug and going through withdrawal, it is better than the drug, and what you see is this mediates pure pleasure, and this was called the pleasure pathway in the 1950s. So of course you look at it, and then what you have to then say is, ooh, do we have the same pathway? Can I get a new one? Can I get a second one? Shortly after that, people went looking and saw the exact same thing in humans. And this would be during neurosurgery, sort of classical neurosurgical techniques. You don't anesthetize the person. The brain doesn't feel pain. Once you've anesthetized the skin and the skull, you get through there, and you can actually keep somebody awake during surgery. And they used to need to do that because you put your little needle down in one part of the brain, and the person flaps their arm, and another part, and they say the Pledge of Allegiance or whatever. And then you look at your little road map, and it says, okay, go 3 neurons and make a left. People had to do that. So it was around the early 60s that people started stimulating the same area in the human brain. And it is unbelievable what you got. There was transcripts of some of these, and you read it, and the person is going on, and they're saying stuff like, oh, that's great, that's kind of like sex, but you know when you have this itch, and finally you get to scratch it, and then, oh, it's like getting back into bed, and you know, remember how, like in the fall, you'd go out and play in the leaves, and mom would call you in, and she made cookies, and then you get into your jammies with the feet on. They just go on like that. Where can you sign up and have this happen? The same exact sort of theme as in a rat. And it was around that time that people discovered that in this pathway, it uses norepinephrine. Aha. So if you've got a shortage of norepinephrine in that part of the brain, what have you just explained? That's the loss of pleasure. Great, utterly convincing. Here's all the reasons why you shouldn't be convinced. Problems began to emerge. First problem was there's something weird with the time course. You throw in any of the drugs I just talked about, and norepinephrine signaling is changing within like an hour. You put a depressed person on those drugs, and they don't get better for a couple of weeks. Something isn't working there. So that was mysterious. Next problem was, it turned out norepinephrine is useful in this pathway. Another neurotransmitter turned out to be even more important, neurotransmitter called dopamine. Dopamine, cocaine works on dopamine systems. So suddenly norepinephrine is just a minor player in this pleasure pathway stuff. But the biggest problem came in the late 80s with the introduction of Prozac. Prozac, which is an SSRI, a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor. What that does is work on a completely different neurotransmitter system, this neurotransmitter called serotonin. What that drug does is it does the same deal, it stops the reuptake, increased serotonin signaling, and then what's your hypothesis? Ooh, you give somebody a Prozac SSRI, they feel better. I bet you there was too little serotonin. So it was during this period where there was just endless tragic, drive-by shootings of norepinephrine people by the serotonin crowd and the other way around. Huge, huge controversy. And of course, like the middle of the road liberals, why can't we all get along, would start sort of suggesting that, oh, maybe it's got something to do with norepinephrine and serotonin and dopamine and everybody hold hands and that's absolutely what's going on. The best evidence at this point, to be insanely simplistic, is that dopamine has something to do with the anhedonia, an absence of dopamine. The absence of norepinephrine has something to do with the psychomotor retardation. The absence of serotonin is this obsessive sense of grief. And interestingly, supporting that notion is you can have an obsessive sense of something else. You can have an obsessive need to keep your utensils perfectly symmetrical and obsessively wash your hands 8 hours a day. Obsessive compulsive disorder, that's helped by SSRIs like Prozac as well. Whatever it is you are just perseverating over like mad, increasing serotonin signaling can help. So you've got at least 3 different neurotransmitters relevant to the pleasure, the psychomotor retardation, all of this, all sorts of other leads floating around in the field. There's a neurotransmitter called substance P, and what substance P is about is pain. Like poke your finger and your spinal cord is neurons there are releasing substance P talking to each other. It's about pain. It's about chronic pain syndromes. It's about whole body burns. Everybody knew this. And then it was discovered that if you get a drug that decreases substance P signaling, sometimes depressives get better. What does that suggest? It is not just a metaphor of depression as psychic pain. Your body is using the same brain chemistry to feel this sort of psychic pain of depression as just telling you, ooh, I just stubbed my toe. Interesting similarities there. Okay, so we got something about the neurochemistry. How about the neuroanatomy, the structure of the brain? And what you've got here is, this is the human brain. This is exactly what it looks like. It comes in 3 colors. And this was this formulation that came out during the 40s called the Triune brain concept, which winds up being really, really explanatory. Down here at the bottom, you've got the really boring nuts and bolts part of the brain. And this was termed, this is the reptilian part of the brain. Take a lizard, and it's basically the exact same stuff down there. What does this part of the brain do? Like regulatory, boring things. It measures your blood glucose levels, or if your blood pressure is dropped, it sends out a signal to tighten up your blood vessels. Just total boring plumbing type issues. Sitting on top of it is a much more interesting brain region called the limbic system. Limbic system is about emotion. You don't see a big limbic system until you get to mammals. Lizards are not famous for their emotional lives. Limbic system is much more about emotive stuff, fear and lust and anger and rage and poignance and God knows what. What you've got there are all sorts of ways where the limbic system talks to this part of the brain. And what it does is, rather than you being hemorrhaged, ooh, part this brain matter, your body getting cold, whatever, you're some, elk, and there's some scary other elk there that's got you all upset, and you start secreting stress hormones. That's your limbic system saying, ooh, I don't like the smell of that guy talking down there. All sorts of means by which your emotional part of the brain can talk to stuff down here. Then you got the really interesting area. Up on top, the cortex. Cortex, all sorts of creatures out there have cortexes. We got more than anybody. It is this hugely expanded area. In primates, we proportionally have the biggest one out there. What does cortex do? It makes you do your taxes, and it does like processing visual information and tells you, aha, that's, punk rock and that's not Beethoven, and all sorts of sensory stuff, associative cortex things. But then there's an interesting part of the cortex that's very relevant to all of this. Okay, suppose you finish the lecture, you go outside, unexpectedly you are gored by an elephant. What are you going to do? You are going to activate your stress response. You may feel a sense of grief at that point. You may kind of hunker down at that point, a little psychomotor retardation. Appetite, there goes the dinner arrangements. Sex may not be the most appealing thing under that context. You are having a stress response in response to the sort of insult that this part of the brain is thinking about. So what's a depression? You sit there and you think about kids in refugee camps, you think about the inevitable mortality of your loved ones, you think about whatever, and suddenly your body does the exact same thing as if you were gored by an elephant. And what's going on there is you get the feelings, the abstract sort of depressive stuff there, and this part of the brain is able to make the rest of the brain go along with it as if this was an elephant goring you. On a certain totally simplistic level, what depression is about is the cortex whispering in the ear of the rest of the brain, saying this is as real as you were just physically assaulted by some sort of predator, whatever, and you turn on the exact same thing. On a very simplistic level, what a depression is the cortex having too many sad thoughts and getting the rest of the brain to go along with it. Starting off with aggression, like every National Geographic special used to sort of finish off about how we're the only species that kills members of our own kind, we're the only species that commits murder. We are not the only species that kills. All sorts of other animals out there kill members of their own kind. They kill infants strategically. They kill with Machiavellian strategic intelligence. We have all sorts of cases of that. Chimpanzees have now been observed to fashion something resembling weapons out of sticks to use to hit each other. We are not the only species that will kill each other. We are not the only species that will do it in a constant permeating kind of way. Now, this is a baboon who had joined one of my troops a few weeks before, and the only way to describe this guy is he had horrible political skills. He was just hassling guys he had no business going anywhere near. One evening, coalition of 6 males gang up on him, and this is what was left in the morning. And in my 30 years of studying baboons, the leading cause of death among male baboons are male baboons. We're not the only species that kills. We're not the only species that kills in an organized way. These are chimpanzees carrying out what is called a border patrol. They're all from the same group. They've gotten in a very agitated state, and they are off patrolling the border of their territory. And if they encounter a male from the neighboring group, they will kill him. This is planned, organized violence. And has been documented a number of times now, the males of one group of chimps have eradicated every single male member of the neighboring group and expanded their territory. This is virtually the definition by UN standards of genocide. Killing somebody not for who they are, but simply for what group they belong to. We're not the only species that does that. Okay. A next domain, theory of mind, tremendously trendy subject, theory of mind and developmental psychology. When do kids first understand that other people have different information than they do? Typically, this occurs between ages 3 to 5 or so. My kids achieve theory of mind the morning of their 3rd birthdays. This is this big developmental landmark. It's thought to be a stepping stone. Other individuals have different thoughts than you do, precursor for they have other emotions than you do, the starts of empathy, all of that major, major developmental milestone in sort of human development. But then it turns out we're not the only species that could do theory of mind. And this is some research where chimps, captive chimps, would look at a human would be in front of them, and some food would be hidden in the room. They couldn't see where it was hidden, but the human was oriented to be able to see. Half the time, though, the human had a bucket over their head. Half the time they could see. The chimp was then let out, and the question was, would the chimp go over to the human to try to get the human to lead them to where the food was? And chimps could do theory of mind. They understood if the human had their eyes covered when the food was being hidden, the human doesn't know where the food is, so don't bother trying to get them to show you. They understood under what circumstances another human would have information that they didn't. We're not the only species that does theory of mind. What we are, though, is the only species that does what's called secondary theory of mind, being able to understand that this person has information that that person doesn't have, and to be able to understand their interactions that way. It's for this reason no chimp could possibly know what in hell was going on in Midsummer Night's Dream and follow the plot of this person is in love with that person but thinks that they're in love with that one, because they can't do the secondary theory of mind. They wouldn't put up with the performance of it. Okay, another domain, defining feature of our humanness, the golden rule.
do unto others. Every society has some version of that, or the negative version, don't do unto others as you would not have them do to you. This is just universal. This is the building blocks of human morality, sense of justice. All sorts of work has been done on sort of seeing this, how you build whole moral systems out of reciprocity, this whole area of research called game theory. And game theorists have spent decades advising diplomats and war strategists and economists in all these sorts of game situations. When do you cooperate? When do you not? What are the strategic advantages of each sort of approach, kind of thing? So if you study game theory, like the poster child, the fruit fly of research in that area is a game called The Prisoner's Dilemma. Prisoner's Dilemma. Two people play it, and they have some juncture where they have to decide, do they cooperate with each other or do they defect? And the outcome is, if you both cooperate, you both get a reward. If you both defect, if you both stab each other in the back, you both get punished. But if one of you cooperates and the other stabs him in the back, the cooperator gets screwed, loses a huge number of points, and the individual who got away with stabbing the other in the back gets the biggest reward of all. So the game theory question becomes, when do you cooperate and when not? And in this famous study in the 1970s, this economist named Robert Axelrod, what he did was he went to all his friends and explained how the prisoner's dilemma worked and said, so what would be your game strategy? He went to like theologians and prize fighters and Nobel Peace Prize winners and all of that. He took everybody's strategies, programmed them, and put them in a gigantic computer and ran hundreds of thousands of generations of round-robin tournaments against each other. And one strategy kept winning. And it was the simplest one in there. It was a tit-for-tat strategy. You start off by cooperating. If the other player cooperates, you keep cooperating. If they stab you in the back one round, you stab them in the back the next round. If they've gone back to cooperating, then you go back to cooperating. Totally simple, and the words that they used were not just sort of random, but they have very much thinking about sort of the meaning here. Tit for tat drove all the other strategies into extinction. It was the most optimal strategy. Okay, so this was wonderful. The game theorist and the economist, everyone's delighted. The animal behaviorists take one look at this and say, whoa, all sorts of social species cooperate. Do they use this same rule? Have they evolved this optimal strategy? And people went to look to see if their animals did tit for tat. And yes. First example, vampire bats. Vampire bats, my God, drinking blood from other animals, all of that. When a vampire bat is drinking blood, all she's doing is getting food to feed her babies, because she's not actually drinking, and she's storing the blood in her throat sac, and she flies back to her nest and disgorges the blood to feed her babies. Now, vampire bats have an interesting social system in that a whole bunch of females will have communal nests, and they feed each other's babies. They have a system of sustained reciprocity of helping each other out with feeding. Now, make the bats in this colony think that one of the females is cheating. She flies out of the colony, catch her in a net, get a hold of her, and pump up her throat sac with air and push her back into the colony then. Everybody's looking at her saying, oh my God, look at the size of her throat sac. She's got so much blood, and she's not feeding my baby. And the next round, nobody feeds her babies. Another example of tit for tatting. And this was with a group that, you know, like vampire bats, they're mammals, but they're not all that bright. Look at this in comparison. This is with fish, stickleback fish. Okay, so you got a fish in a tank. Make the guy think his territory is being invaded by another fish. Put a mirror up against the side of the tank. And you know what's happening. Within 2 seconds, he's lunging at it and doing territorial displays. Now, make him think he has a coalitional partner. Put a second mirror in there perpendicular to the first. So now he's in there lunging at his image, and he's saying, this is great, I have no idea who that guy is, but whoa, we are such a coordinated team. It's so great, because there's another guy invading also. That's great, what a team, all the way, momentum. Now make him think his partner is cheating on their social contract, angle the mirror backward so that the image is deflected backward. And now he's lunging at his image and he's thinking, that son of a bitch, here I am, I'm blistering my lips on this glass here, all of that. And oh, he's going forward, but I see he's hanging back. He's just pretending to go forward. And the next time he's presented with his image, he doesn't attack it. He tit for tats back. We're not the only species that has evolved this optimal strategy of cooperation. So what's unique about us? We're the only species that can do reciprocity where we have a currency that's not the same from one individual to the next. Other animals can do unto others as they would have do unto you. We're the only species that incorporates the fact that we have different desires and different reinforcers. There's no other species that could look at this and understand what's going on here. We have a much more complex world of reciprocity. Okay, another domain, empathy. Empathy, it defines us like nothing else out there. We are wondrously empathic. We help individuals in all sorts of settings. We're not the only species with a sense of empathy. Wonderful work by Franz de Waal at Emory University, looking at chimpanzees. Here's what he would observe. Two different scenarios. First one, some chimp challenges a high-ranking guy and gets trounced by him. Second scenario, some chimp is sitting there minding his own business and high-ranking guy is in a bad mood and trounces him. In other words, in the first case, the guy asked for it. He initiated this. He provoked it. In the second case, we have an innocent bystander who's a victim of displacement aggression. And what de Waal shows is, in the hour after these events, the other members of the group are far, far more likely to groom the guy who was the innocent bystander than the guy who started the fight. First off, that's showing they could understand intentionality. He asked for getting pummeled there. This guy did not, and they can extend pro-social behavior much more in that direction. We're not the only species who's capable of responding empathically to an underdog who's getting a lousy deal. So what's special about empathy in humans? Our thing is we could extend it over space and time in incredibly abstract ways. Consider this, for example. So here we have a picture of this dog whose paw was caught in this trap. Its paw became necrotic, came off. This is horrifying. Looking at your faces right now, a number of you are doing something that is unprecedented. You were feeling the pain of a member of another species. There's hardly any other organism that can do that. You were feeling the pain of this dog. But we could make it even more abstract than that. This was the German expressionist painter Franz Marc, yet another one of the painters sort of destroyed during the trench warfare of World War I. This was a painting he produced around that time, sheer chaos going on, where we see amid some encapsulation of warfare, whatever, in the center, there's this animal baying at the moon, this animal absolutely terrified, and this isn't a real animal. It's no known species, it's purple, it's nothing that actually exists. It's some sort of generic animal. The name of the painting, The Fate of the Animals. When we look at this painting, we don't feel badly for that animal, we feel badly for the animals. But we could take it one step further. We could look at this and say, oh no, Home Tree, it's destroyed the poor Navi and Avatar. They're not real. They're pixels. They're CGI. Yet we can sit there and we can feel deep empathy for a character in a novel. We can do stuff with empathy like no other species out there, the ways we can extend it, the ways we can abstract it. Okay, how about another domain of human behavior? And here we have the human capacity for gratification postponement. It turns out there's this one neurotransmitter that's very central to gratification, this neurotransmitter called dopamine. Dopamine is about reward. Cocaine works on dopamine synapses. Dopamine is about reward. For example, you take a monkey, and it's in some setting, and from out of nowhere, you give it something wonderful, you give it a grape or something, and it secretes dopamine in these reward pathways. Dopamine is about reward. Dopamine isn't about reward.
Here's what you do now. You train the monkey in this paradigm. A signal comes on, a light comes on, and what the light means is we've started one of those sessions where if you now work by pressing a lever 10 times, you'll get a reward. Signal, we've started one of those sessions. Do the work, you get a reward. When does dopamine get released? Not when the monkey gets the reward, when the signal comes on. That's the monkey sitting there saying, I'm on top of this. Piece of cake, I know how to do this. This is going to be fabulous. Dopamine is not about reward, it's about the anticipation of reward. Even more so, if you block the dopamine release, the monkey doesn't press the lever. It's not just about the anticipation, it's about the work you were willing to do to get it, the goal-directed behavior. Brilliant follow-up study. This was a group at Cambridge, man, Wolfram Schultz, where what they did was the following now. What you just saw was a scenario of press the lever 10 times, you get a reward. Do the work, you get a reward, absolutely guaranteed. Switch things till you get the reward only about 50% of the time. What happens to dopamine? It goes through the roof like crazy because you have just introduced a critical word into your biochemical pathways. You've introduced the word maybe. And there is nothing as addictive as the word maybe for generating work. Goal-directed behavior is just driven, and you look at this, and this is the exact same neurochemistry that's understood by the engineers who designed Las Vegas. The word maybe, that fulcrum of, I'm a total schmuck, it never works out, but today I'm feeling lucky, but no, it's not gonna, but maybe today, and you're just teetering on that fulcrum, and you press the lever over and over and over because you've got dopamine coming out of your ears. So what's unique about us in that regard? All these studies here, all that time course there on that x-axis is over the matter of half a minute or so. What do we do as humans? We can have a lag time between the signal and the work and the reward that lasts forever. I mean, we all know this. We studied hard in school to get a good grade, to get into a good college, to get into a good grad school, to get a good job, to get into a good nursing home. We all do this. Humans, look at this. Humans can even do it where they will lever press like mad for a reward that doesn't even come until after you're dead. If you have the right theology, if you have that framework, there is nothing out there in the animal world and their use of dopamine that begins to approach our capacity to do this, just how long we are willing to do goal-directed behavior before we get the reward at the end there. Okay, so one final domain, culture. Culture used to be, if you were a primatologist and you said the word culture, they instantly denied you tenure. Culture is now the trendiest word in primatology because we are not the only species that has culture, the non-genetic transmission of information within or across generations. Chimps, for example, known for decades, chimps make tools. Chimps have been found to make 20, 30 different kinds of tools, different populations of chimps across Africa. They use them in different ways. Their kids learn how to use the tools. And fascinating observation, the sons of females don't learn tool use anywhere near as well as the daughters do because the sons just sit around there screwing around and wrestling with each other, and the daughters actually pay attention. The cultural transmission is much better in that route. We're not the only species that does that. We're not the only species with a transmission of a social culture. This was some of my work some years ago, looking at one troop of baboons which for very complex reasons developed a culture of very low levels of aggression, tremendous amounts of male-male affiliation. These are two adult male baboons grooming each other. Adult male baboons don't groom each other except in this troop. And what went on for 15 years or so is, among baboons, males at puberty leave their home troop and transfer into their adult troop. For 15 years, males who'd grown up somewhere else in the big bad world of normal baboon behavior showed up in this troop, and it took them about 6 months to learn, we don't do crap like that here. And their behavior changed over that time. We're not the only species that has material or social culture. What's unique about us? The incredible Byzantine nature of our culture in there. There is no other species out there that could possibly imagine a ritual like this. Chimps would kill to be able to wear, hats with fruit on them. We are unique in that realm. Okay, so we've seen lots of ways here in which we're just like every other species until you look more closely. I want to spend the last couple of minutes here on one domain in which we are in that third category, something absolutely unprecedented. Amid all the versions of that, we think symbolically, we have metaphor, all sorts of stuff. This one strikes me as really, really significant. To state it first very abstractly, we have the capacity to gain the strength to do X by the certainty that X cannot possibly be. What do I mean by this? Let me make it a little bit less abstract and frame it in a framework completely foreign to me. Kierkegaard, being a good Christian, consists of being able to hold two contradictory beliefs in your head at the same time. Let me make it even less abstract. This is a Catholic nun, Sister Helen Prejean, who some of you are probably familiar with. She was the character who inspired the movie Dead Man Walking. She has spent her entire life ministering to the spiritual needs of men on death row in a maximum security prison in Louisiana, some of the most frightening humans on earth. And over the years, people come to her and they say, why are you doing this? Why are you spending time with those people? They are like the most horrific humans around. How can you spend there's so many people who are more deserving, and her entire philosophy is built around two things. Statement, the less forgivable the act, the more we have to find the means to forgive it. The less lovable the person, the more we have to find the means to love them. And as a strident atheist, this strikes me as the nuttiest, most irrational, magnificent thing we are capable of as a species. Because over and over, what you see is our most exalted behaviors come when we have every reason to think you're not going to be able to make a difference. That's the way it is. Look the other way. Go back to your own concerns. And when people are capable of deriving the strength to do X out of the certainty that X can't be, you get our most magnificent domains of moral imperatives. So let me stop at this point. What we see here over and over is, yes, we got the same neurotransmitters as every other species. We're just another primate. Our behaviors are on a continuum. When you look closely, though, we are doing remarkable things. And when you look really closely, some of the things we do are astonishingly unique. And of course, what always has to be said at this point is, for better or worse. Okay, so on that point, thank you for coming out this evening. Okay, so that's how you think about depression, which is insanely simplistic. You can come up with an insanely simplistic treatment for depression, which is get yourself a pair of scissors and just and separate that part of the brain from the rest of it, and you're home free. That's your, oh yeah, right. Well, that's certainly an advance in medicine. That is a medical procedure. It is called a cingulotomy. The part of the cortex called the anterior cingulate, a cingulotomy or a cingulum bundle cut. And what you do is you sever this pathway, and people get less depressed at that point. Okay, when does this happen? This is someone where every type of medication and every type of therapy and electroshock interventions and all of that has been tried, and every combination, and they're still on the back ward of the state hospital slashing their wrists every 3 months. That's when people try this. And the amazing thing of this desperate measure is people get less depressed at this point. Okay, so at that point you may want to look at that and say, well, anything else about these people when you've gone through there and just snipped away? Mind you, this is not a frontal lobotomy. Frontal lobotomy is doing something very undefined up there, but instead you're disconnecting here. What else is up with somebody when you've just disconnected part of their cortex from the rest of the brain? Ooh, insofar as the cortex can come up with abstractly sad thoughts and get the rest of the brain to go along with it, maybe the cortex also comes up with abstractly pleasurable thoughts and gets the rest of the brain. Have you just wiped out somebody's ability to have abstract pleasure? Absolutely. So suddenly you are off and running with a great philosophy term paper. Ooh, it's important that we have pain in order to have pleasure and all.
This is nonsense. You get someone who's a candidate for this procedure back in the state hospital there with a wrist scarred over, and this is not somebody feeling a whole lot of abstract pleasure anyway. So what does this tell us? You come up with some ridiculously simplistic explanation that, ooh, you make it impossible for this sad part of the brain to whisper sad thoughts to the rest of the brain. The best people in the field thinking about this can't come up with anything a lot more sophisticated than that. So that tells you something about the brain structure with depression. Final bit of biology here, hormones. What do hormones have to do with it? One very important domain of hormones. You take somebody and they're having problems with a class of hormones, thyroid hormones. What thyroid hormones are about is maintaining your metabolism, keeping your body warm enough, all that sort of stuff. If you have a severe shortage of thyroid hormone, lots of things happen, including you fall into a major depression. Hypothyroidism is associated with major depression. There's an autoimmune disease called Hashimoto's disease, which involves problems with secreting thyroid hormone, and that's a basic feature of it. And somebody comes in, and you diagnose it, and you give them normal levels of thyroid hormone, and away goes their depression. Lots of lessons with that. First one is, best estimates are about 20% of major depressions are undiagnosed hypothyroid syndromes instead. The next one it demonstrates is you better, when somebody is thinking about your psychiatric state, you better have somebody there who's thinking about your nutrition, your hormone levels, your nothing about what's going on here is independent of the rest of the body. So a big role for thyroid hormones. Next domain of hormones being relevant. You take women. You take women and they have a higher incidence of major depression than men do, approximately twice the rate. In addition, women have their highest vulnerability to depression at certain points in their reproductive life histories. After you've given birth, a post-parturition depression, around the time of your period, around the time of menopause, all of these scream biology. So you look at why women have elevated rates of depression, and there's biology, there's all sorts of other schools of thought that have gone into it. There are ones having more kind of sociological framework, lack of control can cause depression in society after society. Women traditionally have less control, no wonder they fall into more depression. There's another school that focuses on a certain style of emotional differences you see between the genders. On the average, women tend to ruminate more on emotionally upsetting things, to focus in on them more. And this sounds totally stereotypical, and when you do the studies, there's overlaps between individuals, but nonetheless, on the average, what you see is these sorts of studies where you get someone after they've just had a fight with a close friend, and what do women do when they give a choice of a whole bunch of activities? They choose to fill out questionnaires about how they met their friend and what the nature of the relationship is, does the friend have a good marriage, and all of that. You do it to guys and they fill out questionnaires about, like, trivia questions about the Civil War. Oh my God, they can't express their emotions, no wonder they're impossible. And of course, again, individual variation, this is highly stereotyping. On the average though, women ruminate more on upsetting emotions than men do. So that is solid science. What is completely unsolid science is the speculation at that point that if you ruminate on bad feelings, you're more prone to a depression. So that's a whole emotional regulation argument. But you come back to that business of women are most at risk for a depression in the 2 weeks after giving birth, around the period of their periods, menopause, and that's all about hormones. And by now, there's a huge literature having to do with the effects on all that stuff over there of estrogen and progesterone, and probably most importantly, the ratio of estrogen to progesterone and what's going on around giving birth, one's period. Levels of this stuff is just shooting around all over the place, and the sense is something goes out of whack with the ratios there, and everything about estrogen and progesterone and the ratio can change the number of receptors for these neurotransmitters, the extent to which you do this reuptake pump. Whatever depression is going to turn out to be on this nuts and bolts level, estrogen and progesterone can do something to it. Final class of hormones that are relevant. A class of hormones released during stress.
Okay, what's the most famous stress hormone on Earth? Adrenaline. Adrenaline is this vastly overrated hormone that I despise because there's a much more important stress hormone out there to which I've devoted the last 30 years of my life. Class of stress hormones called glucocorticoids. They come out of your adrenal gland during stress. The human version is hydrocortisone, also known as cortisol. All sorts of other species out there, you secrete these glucocorticoids when you are stressed. You look at people with major depression, and about half of them have elevated levels of glucocorticoids through the roof. There is something out of whack with the regulation of this stress hormone during depression. What's that about? That's back to people with depression are not invertebrates sitting there in their beds. These are bodies undergoing massive stress responses. There's a huge emotional battle going on, all of it inside their heads. So elevated stress hormone levels. What's very clear is you get exposed to a lot of glucocorticoids and you're more at risk now for depression. You can see this epidemiologically. You get people, and statistically, before their first major depressive episode, something awful, stressful occurs. And that's where this happens, and this is the subset of people who stay down there far longer. Have one of those first depressive episodes due to some stressful event, you come out the other side eventually, you were no more at risk for depression than anybody else. Along comes the second major stressor, and you fall into a depression, come out the other end, no more at risk for than anyone else for depression. Somewhere around the fourth or fifth stress-induced depression, something happens and things start cycling on their own there, and you no longer need a major stressor to cause you to get depressed like that. That's when the clocks are off and running. That's the transition. Okay, so major stress can predispose you towards depression. More evidence, there's a disease called Cushing's disease where people secrete boatloads of this glucocorticoid stuff. People with Cushing's fall into depressions. There's a whole bunch of diseases where people have to be treated with lots of glucocorticoids. They fall into depression. What are glucocorticoids doing? A whole lot of them, and your brain gets depleted of dopamine. And you're right back in this domain. That's probably neurochemistry, how you get there. Okay, so what do we got at this point? We got something about brain chemistry depression. We got something about the structure of the brain. We got something about hormones. You are a card-carrying biological psychiatrist, and that's all you need to know about the subject. And if that's all you know about the subject, you are going to be pitifully bad at making anybody get better. Because all of this knowledge winds up being effective for treating maybe 30–40% of depressives. The vast majority of people, the antidepressant drugs don't do a whole lot there. All you got there is modern cutting-edge biology stuff, and that's not enough. So what I'll transition to here is now talking about the psychology of depression, because you better have that piece in the story, or else you're absolutely useless. Starting off with, I make apologies here, but I actually have to say the name of Sigmund Freud here, because he winds up being very relevant to depression. Freud, back when, dealt with this puzzle of the difference between we all get depressed and come out the other end, and the subset of people who crash. The turn of the century Viennese term for people who come out the other side, mourning. You mourn something and you recover. Turn of the century Viennese term for major depression, melancholia. And Freud in this famous essay said, why is it that a subset of us fall into it and don't come? What's the difference between mourning and melancholia? And he came up with a really interesting model. Okay, according to Freud, you have mixed feelings and ambivalencies about everybody you love out there. You love them and you hate them and you resent them and you yearn for them and you reject them and all that Freudian stuff. So in this Freudian view, you have lost a loved one. That can also be a loved concept, a loved goal, a loved thing. You have lost a loved one. What happens then is, in most people, you are able to focus on the love and the sense of loss. You mourn, and you come out the other end. In Freud's view, what melancholia is about is the subset of people who can't put the negative feelings in the background, and instead you are awash in the love and the hate and the regret and the pain and the delight and all of that. And what a depression is this wallowing, this melancholic loss in the ambivalencies you have about the lost loved one. It explains tons No wonder you have the grief. Lose somebody and go through the mourning business and only one thing is wrong, you've lost this loved one. Lose somebody with melancholia and two things have happened. You've lost the loved one and you have now lost the opportunity to ever make things better with them. No wonder you have the guilt. You're sitting there saying, thank God I'm finally done with this person. They are never going to control my life. How can I think such a thing like that? Sudden crippling guilt, all sorts of other symptoms. And out of this came this wonderful soundbite. Depression is aggression turned inward. Because you've got nobody else out there to have these arguments with. This is the person who you have most loved, but most hated, and you've never said the things you needed to hear, and pounding at the door to get them to finally be able to tell them, and now you've lost that opportunity forever, and all you can do is internalize all of that aggression turned inward. No wonder you're not feeling a whole lot of pleasure. No wonder you're secreting stress hormones. No wonder you're not getting out of bed all that readily with the psychomotor retardation stuff. This really powerful soundbite of aggression turned inward. That's great. What isn't great is how in hell do you turn like Freudian ambivalent feelings into something about neurochemistry, or like what do estrogen progesterone ratios have to do with like love-hate ratios? It's great, it feels very intuitive, you can't do modern science on it, which is the problem with the best parts of Freud. Okay, so instead you need to shift over to looking at experimental psychology and understanding what is the psychology of stress. What is it that makes psychological stressors stressful? And an enormous literature now shows that for the same external misery, you feel more stressed, you turn on a stress response, you're more at risk for stress-related disease if you don't have outlets for the frustration caused by the stressor, if you feel like you have no control over what's happening, you have no predictability as to when it's occurring, and you don't have anybody's shoulder to cry on. This is what psychological stress is about. And what a depression is pathological extremes of this. You fall into the cognitive psychology soundbite of what a depression is. It's learned helplessness. It is learning to be helpless. Something bad happens to you, a rat, getting some shocks now and then, you, a human experiencing some loss, and the logical thing you should do is learn, this is awful. When I'm in this situation, there's not a damn thing I can do about it. It's awful, I feel terrible, but this is not the whole world. And what a major depression is about is you sit there and you're that rat, and in this setting, you get uncontrollable shocks, but put you in another setting, and just by hitting a lever a couple of times you avoid the shocks, you don't bother doing it because you've learned to be helpless. Just like a human depression. What learned helplessness is taking a circumstance where by any logic, again, you should be saying, this is awful, but it is not the whole world, and do this cognitive distortion and decide this is indeed the entire world. And I have no control, I am always helpless, I am always hopeless. This is the psychology of what a depression is about. At that point, you don't have a whole lot of trouble seeing how you wind up in here, stress, effects on some of dopamine, all that sort of stuff. Okay, so we've got two extremely different viewpoints here as to what depression is about. Modern biological stuff, and this totally different world of psychology, loss, lack of control. One version of it, one of the most reliable findings in the whole epidemiology of depression is lose a parent to death when you were under 10 years of age, and for the rest of your life you were more at risk for a major depression. This makes perfect sense. What is a lot of what's going on during your first 10 years of life? You were learning about cause and effect. You were learning about, you're learning, is this a world out there where I have any sort of efficacy, where I have any sort of control? And you have just learned in the most big time awful way, there are things you can't control and sometimes they are awful. And what have you just learned? There's all sorts of reasons where one can be helpless. And you're that much closer to this edge of this learned helplessness cliff for the rest of your life. Extremely powerful model here of that. So you got all the biology stuff. You've got this weird Freudian aggression turned inward, which just feels right, but you can't do modern science on it. You got this whole world. How do you begin to put this world and that world together? And the critical link turns out to be stress. Stress is the intersection of the two in a very interesting domain. Okay, depression is a genetic disorder. What do I mean by that? Depression has some degree of heritability. Depression tends to run in families. Depression runs more reliably as you look at closer and closer relatives, and you eventually look at identical twins, and if one of them has depression, the other has a 50% chance. Full siblings who are not identical twins, 25% chance, half sibling, about 8%, person off the street, about a 2%, 50% chance when they share the identical genes. What does that do? That tells you this is a disorder that has a genetic component. What does that also tell you? If we've got 50% likelihood, if you've got all the genes in common, and you've got a 50% chance of not getting the depression, it tells you genes are important, but they're not more important than any other component. So genes in depression are not about inevitability, they're about vulnerability. So what is the vulnerability about? A few years ago, people discovered a particular gene that's really relevant to whether or not you get depression. What was exciting about that? It was a very clear finding. It has since been replicated. What else was exciting about it? It made sense. This was not some weirdo gene having something to do with how your big toe functions. This was a gene having something to do with serotonin. And this was a gene relevant to this whole reuptake, pumping business, all of that. The main point of it is this gene comes in two different flavors. Each one of us has one of the two versions. And you immediately get this prediction, one of the versions, by all logic, should be predisposing to depression. One of them is the one that should get you in more trouble. So what does it look like when you go and study it? First paper that reported this a few years ago, and this I suspect is going to wind up being viewed as the most important paper in biological psychiatry for a quarter of a century. This was this massive study where a bunch of researchers looked at 17,000 kids growing up in New Zealand, following them year after year and looking at the genetic makeup of these individuals, and then asking in their early 20s, who's got problems with major depression? And then asking this critical question, what does it have to do with this gene? Does the version of that gene that gets you into trouble, by all logic, is that going to set you up for more of a depression? Are you more at risk for depression if you've got the bad version of the gene? And back comes the finding, which is no, it doesn't increase your risk. You look here, and what's your likelihood of depression? And you got the good version, and it's this likely, and you got the bad version, and it's this likely. Doesn't make a difference unless something else is going on, unless you have a history of exposure to major stressors. And what you were able to do is quantify how many major stressors somebody has had during their childhood, their development, and that involves parental divorce and physical abuse and death of family member, all that sort of thing. And what you see is in the folks who have the good version of the gene, as you have more and more of a history of major stressors, your risk of depression goes up, absolutely. Now you look at the people with the bad version of the gene, and as you have more and more of a history of stress, your risk of depression does this. And when you look at the major history of stressors, a 30-fold difference in the likelihood. This is not about, ooh, genes control our brains and genes control our behavior. This is a gene that is relevant to how readily we pick ourselves up after life has dumped us on our rear ends, how readily we recover from stressors. What's the final piece of that story? Glucocorticoids regulate the function of this gene. All the pieces fall into place there. Wonderfully logical, and suddenly you have a way of taking this whole world of psychological components of stress and tying it into all that biochemistry, wonderfully integrated model. Okay, so in lots of ways, this is where the field is at this point. And what should mostly have come through here amid all this minutia and factoids and all of that is the role of stress and the intersection of the biology and the psychological stuff, and childhood as a very important time to imprint how vulnerable you are to depression for the rest of your life. But again, the single thing I want to emphasize over and over, implicit in everything on that left side of the board there, which is, this is not, oh, pull yourself together, we all get depressed. this is as real of a biological disorder as is diabetes. And that's the thing I most want you guys to take off from here. And in the context of a university setting is rife with major depression. The community of high-achieving type A individuals is rife with major depression. It is all around us, and amid it being all around us, there is this weird, corrosive inhibition, embarrassment, discomfort we have with the world of psychiatric diseases. One of the greatest things, if you're a researcher with disease, one of the things you pray for is for some powerful senator to have their loved one come down with your disease, because they're going to set up a foundation and get special funding and get advocacy groups and all of that, not for a psychiatric disorder. That's the one where people don't talk about it. And amid this screaming biology, and this is a devastating disease and all of that, in any place, and especially in a community like this, where everyone is supposed to be golden and functioning and flawless and just gliding through life, this is one of the hardest diseases for people to admit to. So it is there, it's all over the place, and it's biology. And you should be no more inhibited about admitting that you've got something going on that's funny with this type of gene than you would be to admit that your pancreas isn't secreting insulin. So let me stop at this point, and again, unfortunately, I got to sprint out the door, otherwise I'm going to take questions, but who's here? We've often been wrestling with a behavior occurs, an interesting behavior, a social behavior, an abnormal behavior, a destructive one, a behavior occurs, and obviously our centerpiece throughout has been, why did it happen? And all of our buckets and our buckets that we have magically evaporated, and at the core over and over with the why did this happen is another question that lurks through there. Simply because very often we are not asking why did this behavior occur, some human social behavior that's completely benign, but often some fairly disastrous ones. Why did this behavior occur? Very often what is between the lines there is, whose fault is it? Whose fault is it that this abnormal behavior occurred? And where that immediately barrels us into is back to the frontal cortical sections of earlier lectures, that whole business of volition and culpability, and God help me for saying the phrase again the first time since the first lecture, free will, things of that sort. Quick survey, how many of you are finishing the class less wedded to the notion of free will than when you started? Okay, more so? No change whatsoever? What did I say? Can you repeat that? Hands up. Okay, so a number of you. And ultimately, this material, no single factoid, but I think all of it together is a hugely complicating issue for notions of free will, for notions of vulnerability, for notions of culpability, all of that built around this question often lurking between the lines, which is, why did that behavior occur? Whose fault is it? As a boring subset of that one is, why did this behavior occur? Who is worthy of praise for it? That one is ultimately equally interesting, but probably less pressing in society. But where are these behaviors coming from? And we've gotten really good at doing some moderately sophisticated things in dealing with the answer to a question like this. And a great example of that is with epilepsy. 500 years ago, if you had an epileptic seizure, where is this behavior coming from was absolutely clear, which was demonic possession of some sort of other, a staggering, heartbreaking literature of the history of treatments of epileptics and the response to epilepsy. If in the process of somebody having a seizure 500 years ago, they flung their arms around and struck somebody else in the process, it would be considered some version of assault and battery in most Western European countries, again explained with a demonic underpinning. And we're in a different position now. If today somebody has a seizure and in the process they strike and break something, they're not to be held legally responsible for it. If they strike somebody, that is not assault and battery. It is a ludicrous idea. because somewhere around 1900 or so, most people in this country got trained with a thought, an explanation of where did this behavior come from that is as defining of everything that is good about our current world. Most people got taught to think the following thing: it's not him, it's his disease. And that is a huge landmark transition from 500 years ago, people being burned at the stake with some really bad attribution given, to us having the capacity to draw an absolute line between the essence of who that person is and the action potential storms that happen every now and then. It's not him, it's his disease. We are lousy at doing it in all sorts of other domains. One example, schizophrenia. Back to schizophrenia again, and the abnormal behaviors of it, and the occasional violence associated with it, lower than in non-schizophrenic people, but the occasional violence, and of course, the classic case again, that guy John Hinckley trying to kill Reagan in the 1980s, paranoid, schizophrenic, floridly so, and that very wise jury of, in retrospect, some remarkably unsophisticated people deciding it's not him, it's his disease, and put him in a psychiatric hospital, and the apoplexy that went through this country in response to it, the editorials, the senatorial bloviating crap about he's getting away with this, he's getting away, he is responsible, showing an utterly limited ability for people in this country, and some extremely powerful ones, to draw a line between the essence of who this John Hinckley is and the dopamine abnormalities in his brain. What you begin to see after a while is something very interesting, which is going to be one of the main points of this last lecture, which is as more and more information in this world of behavioral, sociobiology, whatever it is we're calling this, as more and more of this has occurred, as we get more and more domains where we have to at least begin to consider there's a line in between the essence of and the abnormalities of, at some point, this is going to stop being the biology of them and their disorders and is going to be the biology of us. And when things get really close to home at that point, that's where a lot of people get very, very anxious and very skittish about essentially the punchline from a class like this. The transition from them and their existing in a different category with a boundary, with a bucket, versus the rest of us, as it gets closer and closer to home, the transition from them and disease to us and individual differences and quirks and idiosyncrasies, and a biology that is just as much of a biology as them and their diseases, where the subtleties come in. And where there has to have been that case, sort of that sense challenging, is looking at some of the subtle neuropsychiatric disorders that we have in the class. Few of which I'll go over again here, but a few new ones where over and over it's the theme of there's not that much difference between me and them. I imagine exactly what the continuum is. It is not clear whatsoever where the line should be drawn in the new category of normal versus abnormal. Case after case of this. One obvious one, most recently emphasized, schizotypalism, schizotypal personality disorder. And when you look at the range of symptoms, this is not a psychiatric disorder. This really is not, and justifies the transition to schizotypal personality rather than a disorder. It isn't a psychiatric disease to consult astrologers. It isn't a psychiatric disease to go to Star Trek conventions. It isn't any of these things. It is one extreme and one axis of human behavior, and it is one where, by definition, we're beginning to sense the biology of it lurking around out there. We know it's got something to do with the same genetics that you find in a fuller loaded version in schizophrenia itself. We could begin to imagine that this is the biology of us and some of our quirky obsessions versus them and their schizophrenia. More examples. We endlessly heard about the frontal lobe in this class, and we heard about the boring, easy examples. When it is blown out of the water, when you have Phineas Gage, when you have frontally damaged, disinhibited murderers. We've heard all about those, and those are the easy ones. Those are not so easy if the vast majority of states in this country cannot deal with the notion at a criminal trial that somebody with no frontal cortex is not a biologically normal human. But nonetheless, that's relatively easy compared to the issue that we really have to think about, which is the person sitting next to you has a different frontal cortex than you do. And you by now can come up, yes, it's the person on the left, seeing sort of where the eyes are shifting, and coming up with this obvious fact that this makes a difference. This makes a difference not in explaining why one person in here might be a serial murderer and the next person not, but just the who's got it together with the studying, who's going to do an all-nighter Thursday night, who has what sort of personality, who is too shy to say something or other, who's the one who is always the first to say, and this world of individual differences. And you have no shortage by now of ways in which that may manifest itself, how many neurons and how many synapses and what sort of receptors and all of that. You could go on all week long as to the possible underpinnings of that, and you could go on all week long as to what events, genetic, prenatal, etc., might have brought that about. But the whole critical thing there is the transition from them and their brains with no frontal cortex left to making sense of the fact that all of us with perfectly normal frontal cortices nonetheless all have different ones. And at some point, this transition brings the term frontal disinhibition out of the realm of pathology. I mean, great example of this in terms of how sort of commonplace this now is among sort of biological psychiatry types. You'll be at some conference and some poor, quivering grad student gets up to give a short talk, and this is the first talk the person ever gave, and they're obviously like a total nervous wreck, and they manage to sort of limp through the end, and they're a sopping rag at the end there, but they done okay, and it was good. And then some total jerk big shot in the field gets up from the back row and savages the guy and gets him on stupid statistics, minutia, and chest thumps, and attacks his enemies and yells at him for not citing his, and going on and on. And somebody is going to lean over to somebody else in the audience and referring to the guy back saying, Jesus, he is getting more frontal every day. And that may not just be a metaphor. That may be a way of hinting at the biology that is absolutely there, why some of us do some things like that, and some of us would die rather than be that forward or that disinhibited, those individual differences. And instead, it's the profile, the scenario that I gave in the very first class. Again, middle-aged guy, happy marriage, in the suburbs, jobs, 2.73 kids and dogs, all of that sort of thing. And the one day he suddenly punches somebody at work. Then the wife discovers he's having an affair with whoever. Then he gets arrested for brawling drunkenly in a bar and he never used to drink. And then he embezzles all the funds from work and disappears forever. Until a year or two later when he shows up in a neurology ward at the other end of the country because he's getting tremors. And what people have now figured out is 2 or 3 years before Huntington's is a neurological disorder of movement, it's a psychiatric disorder of disinhibition. It is one where you begin to see a behavioral profile like this. And what you see is, by the time you've got early stage Huntington's patients, when they're hospitalized, they are famous for coming on to the staffers or showing up in the day room without their pajama bottoms or things, just famous for doing stuff like that, the disinhibited behavior of Huntington's patients. And what's remarkable there is people have known for a long time what the sort of neuropathology is of Huntington's, the movement disorder, and it's a disintegration of some motor pathways in the brain. Now that people have genetic markers for the disease, know with some likelihood who's going to get it when. What's become apparent now is 2 or 3 years before you start getting damage in the part of the brain having to do with motor control, you get damage in the frontal cortex. Huntington's is initially a disease of frontal cortical degradation. And what is remarkable about that is this is a genetic disorder which immediately barrels us into this is a maladaptive trait. You are dead by the time you're 50 or so. Our usual question, why is it evolving? Why is it being maintained in the population? Seeing a theme of a hidden benefit of Huntington's, which is that disinhibited behavior a couple of years before the neurological symptoms do you in. During that time window, individuals with Huntington's out-reproduce their unaffected siblings. They become, among other things, sexually promiscuous, and they pass on more copies of their genes. And what you suddenly see at that point is, framed from the standpoint of arms that won't stop moving, we're talking neurology, framed from the standpoint of number of copies of genes, and this is an evolutionary advance. This is something which behaviorally increases reproductive success. Onset is typically around age 40. So catching it around that time, which is typically around the point where reproductive activity, sort of reproduction, goes down in humans. So getting an extra little blip out there, from the standpoint of an evolutionary biologist, this isn't a disease. This is a great invention where the bill happens to come a while later, but there's no free lunch. And framed that way, this is a very different way of thinking about this disease. But what was most striking is when you first hear about it and somebody says, okay, what do you think the causes of this behavior are? What causes this? And the ones that most readily come to mind is the guy's a jerk. The guy's having a midlife crisis. The guy's like, oh, no, it's actually a single gene defect where there's too many glutamines coded. And it's a disease of a single gene goes wrong, and out comes this, and all we need to consider is there's individual variation in aspects of that system long far outside the range of what would get a disease label. And it doesn't take too much imagination, again, to translate that into why the person sitting next to you is a little more this way and a little less that way. Just the same challenge for us, going from them to what makes us us. Next example, disease I've only briefly mentioned, I think, previously, Tourette's disease. Tourette's disease, everybody knows about Tourette's disease, which is, it's this disease where people curse uncontrollably. Scatology. Tourette's disease, that doesn't begin to scratch the surface of what Tourette's is about. With Tourette's, yes, you get that scatology. You also get inappropriate gesturing, tics, facial tics, gestures of all sorts, aggressive ones, sexually inappropriate ones, all sorts of vocalizations, barking sounds, animal sounds. It is just a torrent of behaviors coming out. Now, the critical thing when looking at Tourette's is this is different from the inappropriate behavior of somebody with frontal damage. Frontal damage is closer to home. Every single day, I would bet all of us have thoughts that are boastful or lustful or petulant or whatever, where we would die if anybody knew we were thinking that, and damage the frontal cortex, and when you think it, you say it. It is not the secret desire of every Tourette's patient to bark like a dog and make quacking sounds once every 7 seconds, and finally, thanks to the damage of that disease, they are disinhibited to do so. This is an astonishingly clear example of a line between the essence of who that person is and these weird hiccups of the id that occur in the limbic system with Tourette's, and again, in its milder form, it's not a disease, it's individual variation. And suddenly someone stumbles on what does work, you give the child a drug that suppresses their immune system. Things go back to normal. Then a couple of years later, they have some other fever and they spike a high fever, and 2 weeks later, they explode back into these tics, these disinhibited behaviors, these obsessions, all of that. What's going on? What appears to be the case is in the subset of people with the high fever, these kids, the blood-brain barrier opens up in a way that allows the immune system to get to places in the brain where the immune system isn't supposed to be, and you form antibodies that attack elements of your own brain, of your own central nervous system, and this is
what turns out to be the case. It appears to be, in some cases, an autoimmune disorder, the treatment being give the person immune suppressants. And when you look at adults with Tourette's disease or adults with obsessive compulsive disorder, they have far higher than expected at chance levels, appearance of antibodies in their bloodstream against constituents of their nervous system. And they have a higher than expected rate of these childhood fevers. The sort of stuff we've been getting throughout, groping at these strange little pieces of making sense of this stuff, and have something like that, and you wind up with a disease that has this bizarre array of symptoms that you see in Tourette's. And some years ago, I actually had somebody in this class who had Tourette's, and it wasn't bad. He had like a few facial tic sorts of things. And after the first couple of classes, he came to office hours and was kind of describing that he had Tourette's, and he was very glad that I was sort of familiar with the disease, and explaining that this was sort of something that occasionally became disruptive in classes, and if it would be possible, it might make sense to have an exam and a set. And he spent the entire time doing this. This was the disease, this was the essence of who he was. And you could not ask for a clearer line. And suddenly you've got a 13-year-old girl who suddenly starts cursing uncontrollably with bizarre sexual references or whatever, and what's the only possible conclusion? You've got someone possessed by the devil who should be treated appropriately. Look at where we've gotten to in 500 years. We've gone from taking people like that and burning them at the stake to letting them take the AMCATs in a different room from everyone else so they don't disturb them with the barking. We've gotten real good with a disease like Tourette's of drawing the line over who the disease and who the person is. That's a realm where we've gotten a lot of progress. More of these subtleties, again, what in some ways was one of the most challenging pieces of the religion lecture, making sense of have a brain that has uncontrolled epileptic firing for a couple of minutes once every 6 months, and you're much more interested in the philosophy of religion, the temporal lobe personality business, and again, that challenge of most of us have gotten to our religious stances through a great deal of hard work and introspection, and even if only once in the history of the universe, somebody instead has gotten there because their neurons have synchronized firing in their limbic systems once every 6 months. That is very challenging to the sense of no longer talking about them, and very challenging to the sense of making sense of us as autonomous individuals with our own control. Okay, basal ganglia, motor area, what people are beginning to see is an OCD, put someone in a scanner, and there is increased metabolic rate in the basal ganglia. This part of the brain involved in movement, involved in making sense of the compulsions, the need to tap a certain number of times, the need to arrange the utensils so that they're perfectly parallel, the need to, it's like there's an itch in the motoric systems there. And people are beginning to understand that one. Take somebody with OCD and treat them successfully. It's typically with SSRIs, serotonin uptake inhibitors, which also work for aspects of depression. Treat someone effectively, and the metabolic rate in the basal ganglia goes back down to normal. The pieces begin to fit there. Imagine. Finally, most shocking of all, this was a case report a couple of years ago of somebody who had stroke damage to the cortical area towards the frontal cortex, but also a little bit in one other area. And as the case report described, this person in the aftermath became obsessed with polka music. Polka music, this was like some gang member, Hell's Angel guy who had like brain damage after like one brawl too many, and out the other end, this is someone who's willing to like slash you to bits if you disagree with like which is the best polka group coming out of Krakow these days, or some such thing. The person spent 12 hours a day listening to polka music. What the hell is with that? What damage there? We're just seeing these totally bizarre ways in which things can go wrong. Things can go wrong in merely peculiar ways. Things can go wrong in ways that destroy people's lives. So what are we to make of things like this? This whole world of these subtle neuropsychiatric disorders, where with each one of them it's easier and easier to imagine how it translates into not them and their disease, but our individual differences. One thing to appreciate is that the majority of these that fall in this category, they didn't even have names 50 years ago. There wasn't a way of describing or even imagining that biology could go wrong in this particular way, and there weren't even names for those. Most of these didn't have names 10 years ago, and what's obvious then is there's no way the science is going to stop. Just more and more of these names are going to appear, more and more of these syndromes and disorders, and at some point, every single one of us is going to have 2 or 3 of those labels. And what happens at that point, because this is describing a very close array of human individual variability. I do not have OCD, but I will count stairs on occasion. I, during periods of anxiety, will do that. Obviously, I have only one clothing style. For the last 10 weeks, every day coming here, I go through the same sort of rehearsal saying, I am not going to start off the lecture today by saying, okay, let's get going. And then I've done it again, and I don't have OCD. I have that weird compulsive behavior or ritualistic ones. Obsession. Okay, here's what I've been wasting most of today thinking about. I have a grant due next week, and I'm getting so little done on it that I'm beginning to get anxious. So I'm having this whole repeated pattern of this intrusive force, thinking about Charlie bit me. So I think about Charlie bit me, then I think, this can't be for real. They had to have had professional actors. Then I think, that's not possible. There's no way you can get a baby to bite the finger that way. Then I think, if this was actually staged, I am deeply hurt by the YouTube people. Then I think about how his accent sounds when he says Charlie. Then I realize I'm moving my lips. Then I say, okay, you got a grant due, stop screwing around already. Then I think, whoa, Charlie bit me. What a cool video. I wonder if they staged it. This has been going on for all of today. This is not OCD, but it's elements of. And just as every one of us has elements of some of these, where all these individual differences come in, and at some point, we will have to deal with the fact that the same exact biology writ large that may make somebody a schizophrenic, in a milder form, we'll have them being very interested in metamagical issues, and in the mildest form allows you to have like a fantasy while standing online in the supermarket. It's the same biology on the same continuum, and somewhere in there it stops being them and their diseases and becomes us and who we are. So one of the challenges with that is what's going to happen as we get more and more of these names that describes us more and more, and we understand the neurotransmitters and the early experience and the genes and all the last 10 weeks, and as we understand more and more of that, something often happens at that point, which is people begin to get real uncomfortable, real sense of being threatened. For this tremendous fear that what if those scientists accidentally go and explain everything? When we're beginning to see biologies of tastes and religion and who likes risk and who is capable of being faithful and who is not, and who has, and this realm of individual differences, and begin to see the machinery underneath, lots of people get uncomfortable at that point. Because it challenges one of the pretenses that we all, virtually all, desperately cherish, which is the notion that we are utterly, utterly unique. That each one of us is this flame of individuality that cannot be captured, that cannot be constrained, that defines us, this individuality that is just bubbling away there, and there go those scientists learning more and more about less and less, and they may mess that up, they may wipe out that sense of our uniqueness. And that worry was perfectly encapsulated, this famous story, science fiction story by Arthur C. Clarke called The 9 Billion Names of God. Wonderful metaphor for this. This is a bunch of Tibetan monks, and apparently in some branch of Tibetan Buddhism there's a belief that God has 9 billion names, an obvious metaphor for the unknowable, the unattainable. And in this story, these monks team up with a bunch of computer scientists with the greatest computer around that they program to start printing out the names of God. And what happens in the story is, as it's cranking through and it is going to name the 9 billion names of God, as it cranks through this, as each new name comes out, one of the stars in the sky goes dark. And that's a perfect metaphor for this fear that people have, which is if inadvertently scientists go and learn everything with each new soulless factoid that turns us just into a bunch of equations or biochemical sort of pathways, that with each new factoid on one of the stars in the sky will go dark as we lose some of our individuality, as we lose some of what makes us who we are. There's no reason to worry about this. And this is for 2 reasons. First off, even if scientists went and inadvertently explained everything, that still would not take away the wonder of it. You can take a gazelle leaping and turn it into a whole bunch of biomechanical equations. You could turn Bach into contrapuntal rules, and that does not in the slightest change, or should not in the slightest change, our capacity to be moved intensely by them. And there's no reason why something should lose its power simply because it turns out to have layers of complexity that were not initially available to us, which we slowly attain. It should not destroy that sense in the slightest. The second reason why this isn't something to worry about is scientists are never going to inadvertently go and explain everything about everything, because we've seen throughout the class over and over and over again, every time one question gets answered, 10 more get generated, half a dozen of which are much more interesting questions than you started off with. It is a fractal, it is an infinite fractal of knowledge to be attained. They're never going to go and inadvertently explain everything. Wonderful quote from the geneticist Haldane. He's the one who came up with 2 brothers or 8 cousins. Another one of these where he once said, life is not only stranger than we imagine, life is stranger than we can imagine. Scientists are never going to inadvertently go and explain everything. The purpose of science is not to cure us of a sense of mystery. The purpose of science is to constantly reinvent it. So that's one realm in which people are threatened by all the sorts of knowledge and where this is going in terms of describing what makes us who we are. There's another realm, not just the what happens to our sense of selfness, another realm of what does society do with this? What does society do as we get more and more of these terms and we understand more and more where the gears are, where the controls are, where the challenges are to the sense of autonomy and agency in people? What's going to happen at that point? What's clear is if you are poor or poorly connected, you are screwed. Because as more and more of these labels are given out, that's just the excuse that's needed to deny you a job or health care or fair housing. That is clearly an enormous danger with knowledge with this. But hopefully what happens instead, in a more optimistic note, is somewhere in all these continua that this class was about, you see there, but for the grace of God and a couple of neurotransmitters and 3 or 4 more receptors could go as you begin to see a continua, as you begin to see all sorts of realms that are tragically done in biology. We have no trouble looking at a schizophrenic and seeing this is a disease, and this is someone who needs our care and forgiveness and protection. And we are in a world now where people who obsessively count numbers 8 hours a day, we will have to be able to view that as just as much a disease that is just as much deserving of care and protection and understanding. With any luck, what all this knowledge is going to do is force us to extend an umbrella of protection, a realm of empathy into areas we could never have dreamt of before, but never have dreamt of to the same exact extent that if you took the wisest, most compassionate, most introspective person on earth from 500 years ago and told them epilepsy is a disease, it would have made no sense at all. And we are certainly sitting here with a whole world of things where it could make no sense to us at all, where we will come to see that it has biological components as strongly as any of these others, and we will have this challenge of seeing that this is a realm not of judgment but of protection. And when we reach that point, we will have discovered that when we describe somebody as being healthy, when we say we are healthy, what we're really saying is we merely have the same diseases that everybody else does. And with any luck, out of this will come a great deal of compassion. Okay, so that's where all of this may play out in terms of the challenge to people's sense of individuality, what society should do with knowledge like this as it emerges. What's probably most important is what all this stuff means in terms of impacting you and your interactions in society and what you will wind up doing. One of the totally irritating themes, probably the most irritating concept in this whole course, is the one of modulation, these stupid if-then clauses, because what they say over and over and over again is, just when you think you figured out what is causing behavior, oh no, it's not actually causing it, it is amplifying a pre-existing tendency of this, or damping, or modulating, or imposing a contingent clause, or doesn't anything cause anything? Is like the entire point of this class, that nothing ever actually starts a behavior. Everything is modulating everything, so you could never figure out how stuff is actually working. Why does this have to be so complicated? And one thing that comes out of the why does this have to be so complicated is, why does it have to be so difficult to do something helpful then in any of these realms? And I know for a fact that a large majority of you have the desire to do that, figuring in some of the things you want to do with the rest of your life. And what is really easy is to come out of a course like this saying it's really impossible to change anything because it is so incredibly complicated. It is really hard to do it because of how complicated it is, but it's not impossible. It's really hard to do it because it will require not only doing vast amounts of work of collecting vast amounts of information, but then trying to synthesize it and trying to intuit when you should stop paying attention to the vast amounts of information. It is doable, but it will be incredibly hard because down the line, every time one of you guys will choose to try to do something with a level of excellence that comes to people here very easily, every time you choose to do something, you are de facto saying no to 20 other things, and some of those other things will be very, very important things to you, and those are tough choices to make. And it'll be doable, but hard, because something that's probably utterly inconceivable to you guys, but which is, at some point, you're going to get tired. And it gets a lot harder to try to turn all of this into how can you make things better. But you guys need to do that. Here's the story, and this was about my father. My father was an architect and an architectural historian, and part of his career he taught in NYU, but McCarthy-era things didn't work out, and he wound up teaching in this crappy little architectural night school in Brooklyn for years and years on end. And this was as flea-bitten of a place as you can possibly get. And every now and then I would go to see a lecture of his, and he was a spectacular lecturer, and he would do this thing. One of the lectures, he's in there and he's putting up pictures of like the most beautiful, important buildings on earth, and Versailles and the pyramids of Giza and this or that incredible palace and all of that. And here's these guys sitting in this night school who are like working as draftsmen during the day, and this really ragtag bunch, and putting up these pictures of like the most beautiful and you know exactly what it is to inspire these people to move to the grid. And no, that's not what he's doing. He's putting up these pictures and he's yelling at these people saying, for too long, architects have been whores of the wealthy. What they do is we build their palaces, we build their mausoleums, we build their forts, and there's Versailles and there's the Giza and all, and I do not want to see you being the whores of the wealthy and the whores of the powerful. You are to, and he's yelling at them. He's yelling at them about this, and these are folks who they're going to be lucky if they do like illegal garage extensions in Canarsie in Brooklyn someday, and he's yelling at them about this. And I'm sitting there thinking, this is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. And it took some time to realize that no, in fact, this was not at all stupid. And in fact, this was something remarkably respectful he was doing, because he was saying to them, you have the capacity to sin. You have the capacity to do wrong. And implicit in granting the power to people like that, it also intrinsic in that is, thus you have the capacity to attain a state of grace through the work that you will do. Great other story. Robert Oppenheimer, when the first atomic bomb was tested and went off, made an amazing statement, which is, even now even physics knows sin. And the statement there being that even something as abstract as physics can, on some metaphorical, some secular level, know sin. Even within the realm of putting together buildings, if you do a toadying for the wrong people, this could count as a state of sinning, and intrinsic in that is the possibility of a state of grace, even in worlds like being a physicist or being an architect. It's not hard to see that one for you guys, though, because of who you all are. All of you here are privileged. You are powerful. You will have powerful resources and connections your entire life, and it will constantly intersect with the last 10 weeks. It is guaranteed that some of you at various points will have 30 seconds to decide with somebody in an ER who has taken a vast amount of pills to try to kill themselves. You need to decide, is it them? Is it their disease? Is there even a boundary? Do I give the command against their will to have their stomach pumped? Every one of you at some point will make decisions about quality of life if you go into medical professions as to when you pull a plug. Almost certainly some of you in here will be judges someplace or other wrestling with some of the exact issues brought up. Some of you in here will be legislators deciding how money should be spent, what things money is a waste on, and you guys will be in positions like that because if anybody will wind up with those powers, it will be you guys. And if you remember any of this stuff, what will seem the easiest thing to remember is it's so complicated it is impossible to fix anything. It is impossible to make things better. And so I want to finish the class with two final thoughts here. One is, even though it's complicated, you gotta do something. Wonderful, cool thing I heard about in archaeology, and I don't know if this is really true or urban legend, but when you excavate a site, what you're supposed to do is excavate only about half of it. You leave the other half for the people in the future with better techniques and better understanding, and leave something intact there to keep from your sort of blundering hands. And the next person who then excavates does only half and half at every juncture, saying, leave the possibility that people will be thinking very differently in the future. Work with the possibility that some of the things we feel certain about right now, the smartest and most compassionate of people 500 years ago felt that way about epilepsy or things of that sort. It's complicated. Just because it's complicated, that's not an excuse to do nothing. If anybody is going to do it and make a difference, it will be you guys. The other final point is to do in one last dichotomy, one last artificial bucket, one that runs through this business way too often. You don't have to choose between being compassionate and being scientific. So go and do both, and good luck.
Well, singularly strange to have so many people in an audience not wondering if this is going to be on the final, so thank you all for being here. Now, let me start off a little bit unorthodoxly here. Let me start off with a fantasy I first had as a kid. And it was a fantasy of the day I captured Hitler. I overpowered his elite guard. I burst into his secret bunker. I wrestled his Luger out of his hand. We grappled with each other. I pinned him down, got handcuffs on him, and was able to say, Adolf Hitler, I arrest you for crimes against humanity. And at that point, the Medal of Honor version of this fantasy would get a little bit harder to maintain, and viscera would start to creep in. What would I do if I had had Hitler? And if I let myself go there, it wasn't actually hard to think about it. Sever his spine at the neck, take out his eyes, puncture his eardrum, cut out his tongue, inject him with some sort of cancer that would just pustulate in every cell in his body. I had this fantasy at various points when I was a kid, and sometimes I still do. And when I do, my heart beats faster, and my breathing gets faster. All this planning for the most evil human in all of history, the soul most deserving of damage, of punishment. Except I have a problem with that, which is I don't believe in souls, and I don't believe in evil, and I don't believe in punishment. I think Wicked only belongs in the title of a musical. But at the same time, there's all sorts of people I would like to see dead. But I'm against the death penalty. But there's lots of violent, schlocky movies I like going to. but I'm for very strict gun control. But then there was a time I went to that Laser Quest place, and I had such a good time hiding in a corner shooting at people. In other words, I'm your basic confused human when it comes to feelings about violence. Now, I don't need to get up on a soapbox here about the problems we've got with violence as a species. We've used shower heads to deliver poison gas, letters with anthrax, passenger planes as weapons, rape as a military strategy. We are a miserably violent species. But there's two problems with that, at least. The first one is we don't hate violence. We hate the wrong kind of violence. When it's the right kind, we get all excited. We leap in to see it. We hand out medals. We disproportionately vote for, mate with the people who are best at that. When it's the right kind of violence, we love it. The other complication is when it comes to being a violent species, we're just extraordinarily weird. I mean, some of the time, we're just like any old chimp. We could take some big old heavy rock and cudgel somebody's brain in. But some of the time, we can be wildly violent, doing nothing more metabolically taxing than pulling a trigger or signing an order, or looking the other way, or damning with faint praise, or being passive-aggressive. We do very odd things when it comes to violence. Now, the single most complicated thing about us being this miserably violent species is, at the same time, we're the most altruistic, most cooperative, most empathic species on Earth. And we're getting better at it. Consider, every single thing up here was invented in the last century. All these ways in which we are extending sort of an umbrella of empathy and protection in all sorts of unlikely directions. We're this phenomenally violent species. We're this phenomenally cooperative, empathic one. How do we begin to possibly make sense of the biology of us at our best and worst? Now, one of the things that's clear about it, it is utterly boring if all you want to figure out, try to make sense of us as a primate amid all the others. Where do these extremes of our behavior come from? It's totally boring if all you want to do is understand the motoric aspects of the behavior. Your brain tells your spine, tells your muscles to do something, and hooray, you've behaved. What's much more interesting is to understand the meaning of the behavior. Because in one setting, you pull a trigger and it's an appalling act. And in another setting, you heroically, suicidally pull fire onto yourself and it's an awe-inspiring act. In one setting, you put your hand on someone else's and it's a moment of deep compassion. In another, the exact same motoric behavior and it's a first step of a deep betrayal. The challenge with us in understanding our behavior is understanding the context of it. And that's real challenging. Now, one of the things that is absolutely clear with that is you are going to get nowhere in understanding these features of our behavior if you decide here is the part of the brain that explains everything that's going on, or here is the hormone, or the gene, or the childhood experience, or the anything. Here's the whatever that explains everything. Instead, if we're going to make any sense of these complex, context-dependent behaviors of ours, we have to look at many layers. So one of these behaviors happens. It's wonderful, it's appalling, it's ambiguously somewhere in between, and we ask the biological question, why did that behavior just happen? And when we do that, we're actually asking a whole array of questions. What went on 1 second before in that person's nervous system that instructed those muscles to do that good, bad, in-between behavior? But we're also asking what was going on seconds to minutes before in the sensory world that triggered those neurons. And we're also asking what was going on with hormone levels hours to days before that made that organism more or less sensitive to certain sensory stimuli that cause it, and then back to adolescence and childhood and fetal life and back to when you were just a fertilized egg, and then back to what sort of culture your ancestors came up with and what sort of ecosystems and what evolutionary forces sculpted all of that. If you want to get a sense, you're going to have to ask that question on all these levels. Okay, so beginning with that, one of our behaviors has happened and we do our first version of saying, why did that occur? What went on in the brain 1 second before that context-dependent trigger was pulled, that context-dependent hand was touched? Why did that occur? So if we're going to start off with the worst of our human behaviors, right off the bat, we start off with a part of the brain, the amygdala. The amygdala is about aggression. It's about violence. Stimulate the amygdala in a rat, a monkey, a human. You get unprovoked aggression. Destroy the amygdala. You're unable to elicit aggression anymore. The amygdala is about aggression. If you take an amygdalologist, though, and you sit them down and you say, what's the amygdala about? Aggression is not the first word they're going to mention. The first one is fear. The amygdala is about fear. It's about phobias, innate fears. Even more importantly, it's about where you learn to be afraid of things, fear conditioning and such. In other words, you cannot understand the neurobiology of violence without understanding the neurobiology of fear. And in a world in which no amygdaloid neuron need be afraid, there'd be a lot more of us sleeping between lions and lambs. Now, the whole thing about the amygdala and processing fear is it does something very interesting with sensory information. Okay, so you see something officially scary. Oh no, there's a rattlesnake. How does this get processed in your brain? The most straightforward thing is visual information goes to the sensory waste station, the thalamus, and then it sends it on to the visual cortex. And then begins a whole science fair project. The first layer of your visual cortex breaks this down into pixels. And then it hands it to the second layer, which turns it into lines. And then the next layer, moving lines. And layer after that, and layer, and going through your memory and like your golden book of snakes. And finally, somewhere up in your cortex, it says, oh my, that's a rattlesnake. Perhaps we should let those fellows down in the amygdala know about it. This is glacial from the standpoint of the nervous system. Turns out, in addition to that pathway, there's a shortcut. That very first volley of visual information getting to that thalamus has a shortcut that gets to the amygdala. In other words, the amygdala knows that you're looking at a rattlesnake while your visual cortex is still futzing around with the instruction manuals in layer 2. In other words, your amygdala can know what that is before you're even consciously aware of it. And this is all in the course of hundreds of milliseconds, tenths of a second. Okay, that's great. That's very good if your amygdala already knows you're looking at a rattlesnake. That's terrific. But there's a downside, which is there's a reason why you've got your visual cortex doing all that complexity. It's to make sure you're accurate about what you decide you're looking at. And that amygdala getting that lightning fast reflexive information is all set up to make a mistake. And before you know it, you think the guy who just happens to look in a certain way, the guy who's holding the cell phone is actually holding a handgun instead, and you pull that trigger. In other words, the amygdala gets all this privileged information at the intersection of aggression and fear, this privileged information, but catastrophically at times, the information's not terribly accurate. Next part of the brain, area called the insula, insular cortex. Take any mammal out there and give it some rotten, disgusting, spoiled food to bite into, and as soon as it does, the insula activates and that triggers all these reflexes. Animal gags, it spits it out, its stomach heaves, it throws up whatever. The insula keeps you from poisoning yourself with toxic food. That's great. So you get some like college freshman who volunteers for this and goes into a brain scanner and bites into some rancid, fetid food, and same deal, insula activates. But now instead, don't have the person eat something disgusting. Have them just think about it. Think about those little legs pushing against your lips as you try to, and you're going to activate your insular cortex. In most mammals, it does gustatory disgust, and us, it also does thoughts about gustatory disgust. But then something even more interesting. Don't give the person something disgusting to eat. Don't make them think about something disgusting to eat. Make them think about something else that's disgusting. Make them think about something that is morally disgusting. And the insula activates. In humans, this part of the brain also mediates moral disgust. And presumably 40, 50,000 years ago, when we came up with the notion of norm violations that could be so extreme that it winds up being appalling, they had a meeting, they said, we can't invent a new part of the brain. Once that insula does disgusting foods, disgusting behavior, I don't know, sounds similar, expand it in there, give me some duct tape, and now suddenly your insula also does moral disgust. That's why if something is sufficiently morally disgusting, we feel sick to our stomachs. It leaves a bad taste in our mouth. We feel queasy. Now this is great because this certainly gives a lot of visceral force to things that we find to be morally appalling. But there's a problem with this. which of course is that one person's morally disgusting behavior is somebody else's perfectly normal, loving lifestyle. In other words, moral disgust is a moving target. And the trouble with the visceral force of moral disgust is it just begs you to use it as a litmus test to decide, how do I figure out what's right and wrong in the world? Well, if it seems so different from what I normally do that I'm feeling a little queasy, it's wrong, wrong, wrong. And this wisdom of repugnance is a way of making some very bad moral choices. Okay, so what we see with the insula, most mammals, it's about sensory disgust. In us, instead, it's about moral disgust, which is intensely context dependent. And what we see there is the insula is central to us deciding that just because something is so different that it's hitting all sorts of visceral alarms, that there's something that's got to be, I can't tell you why, but when they do that, it's just simply wrong. And the first place in the brain the insula screams that news to next is the amygdala. Meanwhile, another part of the brain in reference to all of this, frontal cortex. Frontal cortex is the most interesting part of the brain. It's most recently evolved. We've got more of it proportionally than any other species. What does the frontal cortex do? It makes you do the harder thing when it's the right thing to do. Gratification postponement, long-term planning, impulse control, emotional regulation. The frontal cortex is the part of the brain that says, hold on, hold on, hold on, you're going to be happy you did it. It does all of those harder things when it's the right thing. Now, of course, the picture is frontal cortex and amygdala have a lot to do with each other, which is the frontal cortex spends a whole lot of time sending inhibitory projections down into the amygdala saying, I wouldn't do that if I were you. I know it seems really tempting right now. You're going to regret it. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't. Racing to the amygdala before that shortcut gets the amygdala to do something stupid and impulsive there. And the picture you get is basically all of the frontal cortical amygdaloid interactions are top down. The only thing the frontal cortex has to do with the amygdala is like showing up and preaching Christian temperance and things like that. And other than that, it's this very one-directional relationship. In actuality, it's two-directional because we see versions of this all the time. This is every single time in some moment of arousal, of fear, of stress, of who knows what, you make some decision that seems brilliant at the time and you spend the rest of your life regretting it. It's not just one direction. Bottom up explains an awful lot of when we decide something is the right thing to do in one given moment and may not think that way 1.5 seconds from now. And what this speaks to is the whole notion of doing the harder thing when it's the right thing to do. The right thing is, once again, very context dependent. I mean, think about this. All of these are circumstances where you need self-control to pull things off. I mean, look at this. You're in a circumstance where you're being tempted to lie about something for personal gain, and you're trying to avoid the temptation to do that. Your frontal cortex is playing a central role if you're going to resist that temptation. But the second you decide you are going to lie, your frontal cortex is essential for you doing a good job at it. Remember, make eye contact now and then, and don't let my voice crack and control. If you've got a part of the brain that's both central to resisting the temptation to lie, but once you decide to lie, doing a good job at it, this is a very, very complex brain region here. Okay. So the frontal cortex makes you do the harder thing when it's the right thing to do. That's very much a context-dependent behavior. And the main thing is the frontal cortex is not this gleaming cerebral bit of like cognition. It's just marinating all the visceral yuck coming up from underneath. It's a very bidirectional relationship. Okay, a couple more brain regions. Fusiform cortex, it's a primate specialty. It recognizes faces. Anterior cingulate, it has to do with empathy, feeling somebody else's pain, but they both come with fine print. Flash up faces. Fusiform cortex is activating. Flash up the face of someone from a different race, and on the average, the fusiform doesn't activate as much. The face doesn't register as much. You don't remember it as accurately. Show somebody a film clip of a hand being poked with a needle, and the anterior cingulate activates an empathy. If the hand's skin color is different from your own, it doesn't activate as much. Whose face, whose pain, all of these as qualifiers. Okay, so this begins to give us just a sense, tip of the iceberg, of what's going on in that 1 second before that behavior occurs. But no brain is an island, and when we look at one of these behaviors, good, bad, in between, and we're asking why did this behavior occur, we're now also asking something about seconds to minutes before. What sensory information had an effect on the amygdala, the frontal cortex, etc.? Where do these wind up being relevant? And what I put in this slide here is summarizing a gazillion different studies showing sensory information is altering our behavior in ways where we haven't a clue this is happening. For example, put up a pair of eyes on a bus stop and people litter less. Have a pair of eyes like that flash up subliminally for less than a second while somebody is playing in an online game and they cheat less. They become more generous. You're being watched. Give somebody some horrible cod liver oil to drink and it tastes horrible, and for minutes afterward, people will be more punitive about norm violations. They're confusing a bad taste with a bad act. Or how about this one? Put somebody in a room and give them a questionnaire to fill out about their political views. And if there's smelly garbage in the room, people become more socially conservative. Doesn't do a thing to your economic views, your geopolitical views. You feel the same way about our trade deficit with Swaziland that you did this morning, but them and their different lifestyles suddenly begin to seem them and disgusting and wrong, just because visceral disgust alarms are going off because there's smelly garbage in the room. How about this one? Sit somebody in a chair, either a hard wooden one or a nice plush sofa like that, and give them job applications from like resumes of supposed applicants, and they evaluate them afterward. If you sit in a hard wooden chair, on the average, you are more likely to assess applicants as having a rigid, inflexible personality. You're more likely to think they're hard asses because of the chair you're sitting in. Or how about this one up on the right there? This was a study in PNAS, very prestigious journal, a few years ago, looking in a country, all of the parole board hearings in that country over the course of a year, 5,000 hearings, looking at who was sent back to jail versus who was given parole, looking at all sorts of variables, and out of it popped an extraordinary finding. The single biggest predictor of whether or not a prisoner got parole or not was how many hours it had been since the judge had had a meal. If you went before a judge right after a meal, 60% chance of being paroled. 4 hours later, down to 0. Just this line, along comes lunch, down again, little snack afterward, down again it goes. And what is extraordinary about this is two things. First, we understand the biology of this. Blood glucose levels have something to do with whether your neurons can work really hard. And what counts as working really hard in your frontal cortex? Viewing the world from someone else's perspective, trying to think about their mitigating circumstances. The frontal cortex takes a lot of energy to do the harder thing. And what's even more striking is, if you took any of those judges 2 seconds after they made that decision, and you said, okay, so why'd you send this guy back to jail, but this guy walked? They're not going to say, oh, because of my blood glucose. They're going to cite like freshman philosophy class or something. And all the while, this is the interoceptive, the internal sensory information that was shaping that decision.
So there are all sorts of these great made-for-TV movie diseases out there. But when you want to come to, say, basic meat and potatoes of human medical misery, there is nothing out there like depression. Depression is absolutely crippling. Depression is incredibly pervasive and thus important to talk about. I'll make the argument here today, a number of things, but one critical thing being that basically depression is like the worst disease you can get. And I'll make the argument for that in a bit. It is devastating. It is wildly common. Current estimates are 15% of us in this room will have a major depression at some point or other in our lives. So that is not good. What is also clear is it is worldwide. Currently, World Health Organization says depression is the number 4 cause of disability on this planet. And by the year 2025, it's going to be number 2 after obesity, diabetes-related disorders. So it is bad news, and it is becoming more common. Okay, so what I'm going to talk about today are seemingly 2 very, very different topics and tie them together at the end. And what the main point is if you live inside only one of those topics, you're not going to understand this disease at all.
First topic being, what does biology have to do with depression? Second topic being, what does psychology have to do with it? Okay, so starting off, first giving a sense of symptoms. And right off the bat, we've got a semantic problem, which is we all use the word depression in an everyday sense. You get some bad news about something, you know, to replace the transmission in your car, somebody disappoints you enormously, and you feel bummed, you feel depressed, you were down for a few days. That's not the version of depression I'll be talking about. Next version, you do have some sort of large legitimate loss, setback, whatever, losing a job, unemployment, death of a loved one, and you are extremely impaired by a sense of malaise for weeks afterward. And then you come out the other end. That's sort of what I'll be talking about. But even more so what I'll focus on is the subset of individuals who, when something like that occurs, falls into this depressive state, and weeks and months later, they still have not come out the other end. Terminology, the everyday depression that we all have now and then, that sort of version. The second one, the something awful happens and you feel terrible for a while and then come out the other end, a reactive depression. The third version, where you are flattened by it for long periods afterward, a major depression. And what you also see with people with major depression after a while is it doesn't take something awful externally to trigger one of those again. Okay, so what are the symptoms about? If I had to define major depression in one sentence, I would say it's a biochemical disorder with a genetic component and early experience influences where somebody can't appreciate sunsets. And that's what this disease is about. And when you think about it, that is a very sad thing. You look at some of our major diseases, somebody with cancer, somebody crippled by heart disease, and you see the most unlikely things out there. You see somebody saying, well, obviously I'm not glad I'm dying of cancer, but without this disease, I never would have realized the importance of friends. I never would have reconciled with my family members. I never would have found my God on a completely weird level. I'm almost glad this has happened to me. Humans have this astonishing capacity to derive pleasure out of the most unlikely domains. What could possibly be worse than a disease whose defining symptom is the inability to feel pleasure? Thus, at the top of the list, anhedonia. Hedonism, the pursuit of pleasure, anhedonia, the inability to feel pleasure, that is what a depression is about. And you get someone who has just had some enormous good luck, a long-sought relationship, works out well, whatever, and they feel nothing. An inability to feel pleasure, way at the top of the list. What else? Grief, guilt, and that's where we got the semantic problem again, which is the everyday sort of depression. Something happens, bumps us out, and by definition, we are feeling some version of grief. Often we start obsessing at that point over some miserable thing we did to somebody 12 years ago and sort of despair in that. When you're talking about major depression, the grief and the guilt can be so severe that it actually takes on a delusional quality. Okay, so now pushing further back with our behavior, what about weeks to months before? And the critical thing in this realm is, it turns out over that time span, the brain changes. The brain changes dramatically. Neurons form new connections. They shrivel up old ones. Brain regions get bigger. They get smaller. It's the biggest revolution. Top left, it turns out the adult brain in one region makes new neurons, completely new neurons under certain circumstances. The brain shows neuroplasticity. Incredibly exciting stuff, with all sorts of fine print there. First off, amid having the brain having this enormous potential for neuroplasticity, there's limits. No amount of neuroplasticity is going to make any of us into a yo-yo ma, or no amount of neuroplasticity currently is going to do much for you if your spinal cord has been severed. Moreover, more importantly, neuroplasticity is a value-free phenomenon, because sometimes neuroplasticity can make you much better at being a saint, and sometimes it can make you better at ethnically cleansing villages. It's not an intrinsic good or bad. Now, pushing further back, how about back to your adolescence? And it turns out everything about adolescent behavior is explained by two facts. First off, your dopamine system is going full blast by the time you're about 11 or 12. Second, your frontal cortex is half-baked when you're a teenager. Frontal cortex is not fully online, amazingly enough, until you're about 25 years old. In other words, this is why juveniles behave in juvenile ways. Impulse issues and sensation seeking and novelty seeking and peer effects and conformity and all of that. And what's this for our purposes? What is this relevant to in terms of that second where you either are or aren't going to pull that trigger? What this tells you is late adolescence, early adulthood is when environment is having its biggest effects on what kind of frontal cortex you're going to have as an adult. And that has a critical implication. Okay, so adolescence is all about dopaminergic maturity, frontal cortical immaturity. But the critical thing there is if the frontal cortex is the last part of the brain to come online, by definition, it's the part of the brain least shaped by your genes and most shaped by your experience and environment. And it's got to be that way, because what's the difficult, subtle, doing the right thing when it's the harder thing to do kind of stuff that takes forever to master? Cultural relativity, context-dependent rules. Thou shalt not kill, but it's really good to kill them, and you don't lie, but this is a good time to lie, and hypocrisy and self-serving stuff, and that, no genes are going to code for that. Your frontal cortex needs 25 years to master stuff like that. Hurtling further back, how about now back to childhood? What does that have to do with the adult brain and adult decision you will make in that 1 second there as to what to do? All of it is built around something that is totally obvious, which is childhood matters. And different types of childhoods produce different types of adults. And the central question in that field is, how do different types of childhoods produce different frontal cortexes and different amygdalas and what are the mechanisms by which early experience has a lifelong organizational effect on brain and behavior. Now, what this brings us into is this insanely trendy field called epigenetics. Genetics, your genes, your DNA sequences, experience doesn't change those. What epigenetic experience changes, though, is the regulation of those genes when they are activated. Okay, what would this look like? Amazingly enough, it turns out in the world of rat mothers, some rat mothers are better at mothering than other rat mothers. Okay, what counts as a good rat mother? She picks up her pup a lot, she licks it a lot, she grooms it a lot. This is a wonderful rat mother. And it turns out if you are subject as a rat pup to such attentive rat mothering, that causes an epigenetic change in a part of your brain. And as a result, as an adult, you secrete lower levels of stress hormones into your bloodstream. Great, but with an interesting implication. So because you were groomed and licked a lot as an infant, your brain epigenetically shifted, and now as an adult, you have nice low levels of stress hormones. When you are a mother, because of those low levels, you're going to lick and groom your kids more. And thus, this trait is going to be passed on to the next generation, not through genes, but through environmental, experience-dependent changes in regulation of genes. And the same thing works prenatally. You're a rat fetus, and you're being exposed to tons of stress hormones. Why? Because your mom is stressed and secreting a lot into her circulation, which gets into your circulation, which gets into your brain, and causes epigenetic changes such that, as an adult, your amygdala is going to be bigger, and it's going to be more reactive to threat, and you're going to have higher stress hormone levels. And as a result, when you're pregnant, your fetus is going to be exposed to more of these stress hormones. In other words, we have early environment shaping all sorts of aspects of how the brain and the endocrine systems are put together. And most importantly, thanks to these epigenetic changes, starting during fetal life, environment does not begin at birth. These changes can be long-lasting, lifelong, even multi-generational. Okay, but now, one step further back, forget when you were a kid or a fetus. How about back when you were nothing more than just a fertilized egg? What do genes have to do with it? And there's no subject in this whole lecture that's more contentious than the role of genes in behavior. And this is because we live in an hysterically giddy period about genetics these days. We've sequenced the human genome. They can do it in an evening now if you go into the right, McDonald's or whatever, the genome or the code of codes, the holy grail, the notion that your genes shape everything that happens in you. And the thing is, your genes have no idea what they're doing. Saying that a gene knows, for example, when it is going to regulate cell biology, saying that a gene knows what it's doing is like saying that a cake recipe knows when you're going to make the cake or decides when you are going to make the cake. Genes don't regulate themselves. What regulates genes? Environment does. Environment can be very local. The local environment in a cell, it's running out of energy, and that turns on a gene which makes more of a glucose transporter protein, and the cell takes up more energy. Change in environment alters gene activity, and you fix the problem. Or environment could be on the level of the whole body, high levels of testosterone, and as a result, in this muscle cell, certain genes are turned on, and the muscle cell grows bigger. You put on muscle mass. Or environment could be environment in the conventional sense. You've just given birth, you smell your baby, and as a result, genes are turned on, and you start making oxytocin. Oh my God, genes run all of life. They're the same. You smell your baby's tush, and as a result, you change gene transcription. Genes don't really know what they're doing. Genes are being regulated by environment. And the critical thing is, different environments regulate the same genes in different ways. Do not dream of writing down any of this, but what we have here are a whole bunch of genes that have effects on behavior only in certain environments. For our purpose, the most interesting one in red there, a gene called MAO alpha, monoamine oxidase alpha. It's got something to do with this neurotransmitter, serotonin. All that matters is it comes in two different flavors, and by all logic, one of those flavors should set you up for higher levels of aggression. And a huge study was done some years ago following 17,000 kids for decades, and the answer comes back, if you've got the wrong version of this gene, you are indeed, as a young adult, more likely to already have a history of antisocial violent behavior. If and only if you were abused as a child. If you weren't raised with abuse, zero effect whatsoever. In other words, it's not what the gene is, it's not what the environment is, but the interaction between the two. In other words, genes decide nothing. Instead, they're being regulated by environment sufficiently so that it never makes sense to ask what a gene does or an environment does, only in a particular context of interaction. Okay, that's great. So that tells us something about why genes in a penguin may work differently in the middle of the Sahara or something. But yeah, you're not going to see penguins there, but you're going to see humans there, and in Antarctica, and in tundra, and in rainforest, and polygamous societies, and monogamous, and capitalist, and socialist. There's no species on Earth that lives in more different environments. Thus, by definition, there's no species on Earth that is freer of genetic determination than we are. Okay, so now we're back to fertilized egg. That's the end of us. But amazingly, we got to push further back, because to make sense of all of this, we now have to ask, what were your ancestors doing? What sort of cultures were they inventing? Because that's going to influence how you are going to turn into that adult that you are. What sort of cultures did they invent? Turns out to be very sensitive to what sort of ecosystems they lived in. For example, across the world, desert dwellers are statistically more likely than chance to invent monotheistic religions. Rainforest dwellers invent polytheistic ones, and all sorts of baggage that goes along with that. Another pattern, when you look at humans living in small hunter-gatherer bands, the religions they invent involve almost all the time involve gods who could care less what humans are doing. It's not until humans are living in sufficiently high density that you're interacting with strangers, that you interact anonymously, then humans start inventing what are called moralizing gods. Gods who are watching us, and gods who are judging us, and gods who are the pair of eyes up there on the bus stop there when we're getting complex enough that we can't do it ourselves. Or another critical distinction has to do with traditional ways of making a livelihood. In the traditional world, people are either top left, hunter-gatherers, top right, agriculturalists or horticulturalists, or in the center, pastoralists. Pastoralists, people wandering the grasslands or the deserts with their herds of camels and cows and goats and all of that. And there's a particular vulnerability if you're a pastoralist. If you're a rainforest hunter-gatherer, bad people cannot come at night and steal your rainforest. If you're an agriculturist, they can't come at night and steal 20 acres of your maize. But if you're a pastoralist, people could come at night and steal your herds, rustle your herds there, and everywhere around the world, pastoralists come up with cultures of honor, built around violent retribution, warrior classes, honor killings, vendettas that stretch for centuries. And what is most remarkable is, within minutes of birth, if you were a child in a culture of honor, your mother is speaking to you at a higher volume and holding you for a shorter length of time than if you were a child in one of these other cultures. If you were born into a collectivist culture, on the average, your mother is nursing you for longer lengths of time in your first week of life than if you were born in an individualist culture. In other words, within minutes of birth, everything we've already seen is now being shaped by what your ancestors were doing for a living centuries before. In other words, ecosystems shape cultures, shape brains, shape behaviors. And some of these differences are manifest within minutes of birth. In other words, brains and bodies and behaviors and cultures and genes all co-evolve. Finally, if we're gotten this far back and we're talking about things like genes, by definition, we're talking about evolution. What does the evolution of behavior have to do with any of this? And modern thinking about the evolution of behavior has long ago trashed the notion that we behave for the good of the species or behave in order to survive. We behave in order to pass on copies of genes. Contemporary thinking about the evolution of behavior is built around three building blocks. First one, individual selection. What organisms do is try to leave as many copies of their genes in the next generation as possible, maximizing reproductive success, the selfish gene concept. And this explains a ton of human behavior. For example, remarkably, 16% of Earth's humans are direct descendants of Genghis Khan, the most reproductively successful human of all time. All sorts of powerful humans act to maximize their reproductive success. Next building block. Yes, some of the time you pass on as many copies of genes as you can, but some of the time an even better way of doing it is helping your relatives pass on copies of genes. Kin selection. And humans have invented a version of kin selection that makes other primates shrivel up with envy. We can bequeath our material wealth to our relatives. There's inheritance. We have a way of magnifying differences through generations that way. We do kin selection like nobody else out there. Final building block, individual selection or helping relatives, or sometimes there's selection for cooperating with utter strangers, being cooperative and altruistic with them, as long as they do it back. Reciprocal relationships of cooperation. And we obviously do that on a level like no other species out there. Forget scratching your back and you scratch mine. We've invented barter and economic system and all of that. In other words, the building blocks of modern evolutionary thinking explain a ton about human behavior until you look more closely. Individual selection. And then we have religious sects that are celibate, that choose to go extinct, like the Shakers, who don't pass on copies of your genes, behaving only for the good of close relatives. And then we have blended families with children adopted from all over the planet. Or reciprocal altruism, we will cooperate with strangers if they cooperate back. Think of this. This is a behavior we do which chimps could not possibly make any sense of. You're in a foreign country, you're going to the airport, you're about to leave there, you are never going to set foot in that country again. No person you see there you will ever set eyes on again. And as you walk into the terminal, you pause for a second and hold the door open for someone. Everything about the evolution of reciprocity and cooperation says there's no way that could ever become commonplace, and that defines us. In other words, evolution of behavior built around those three principles, they explain a ton about social behavior in lots of other species, and they explain a ton about us until you look more closely. Okay, so what have we gotten to now? We've now officially seen one of our behaviors occur, and if you want to understand if that behavior is, you've got to incorporate everything from 1 millisecond before to millions of years of selection and evolutionary pressure. In other words, one can officially conclude at this point it's complicated. Oh, great. I had to sit through 50 minutes of this to get to that point. It's complicated. Let's try to make that conclusion a little bit more useful. It's complicated, so be real careful and real cautious and real sure you really understand what's going on if you decide you understand why some behavior has happened, especially if it's a behavior that you're judging harshly. Now, for my purposes, the single most important thing about all of this is all of these realms of factoids I've been downloading here, all of them have one thing in common: they change. They can change over time. They change.
Which is something you could do if you have a certain type of training, if you're some osteologist or whatever these folks are called. If you are presented those two skulls and told this one's a female, this one's a male, you can begin to figure out stuff like how heavy, how large the body was of that individual, what diseases they had they undergone malnutrition, had they given birth a lot of times, a few times, were they bipedal, all sorts of stuff you could figure out from just looking at these skulls. What today's lecture and Friday's is about is the fact that with the right tools under your belt, you could look at these two skulls and know that information. You're a field biologist and you've discovered this brand new species, and you see that this one nurses an infant shortly before leaping out of the tree, leaving only the skull, and this one has a penis shortly before leaping out of the tree and leaving a skull. So all you know is this is an adult female and an adult male, and if you've got the right tools there, you can figure out who's more likely to cheat on the other. Is the female more likely to mess around, or is the male? How high are the levels of aggression? Does the female tend to have twins or one kid at a time? Do females choose males because they have good parenting skills or because they're big, hunky guys? What levels of differences in life expectancy? Do they live the same length of time? You would be able to tell whether they have the same life expectancy or if there's a big discrepancy between the two. All sorts of stuff like that, merely by applying a certain piece of logic that dominates all of this. Okay, so you're back reading those Time, Life, Nature books back when, and there was always a style of thing you would go through, which is they describe some species doing something absolutely amazing and unlikely, and it goes like this. The giraffe has a long neck, and it obviously has to have a big heart to pump all that blood up there, and you lock up a whole bunch of biomechanics people with, slide rules, and out they come out with this prediction as to how big the giraffe heart should be and how thick the walls, and you go and you measure a giraffe heart, and it's exactly what the equations predicted. And you say, isn't nature amazing? Or you read about some desert rodents that drink once every 3 months, and another bunch of folks have done math and figured out how many miles long the renal tubules have to be, and somebody goes and studies it, and it's exactly as you expected. Isn't nature wonderful? No, nature isn't wonderful. You couldn't have giraffes unless they had hearts that were that big. You couldn't have rodents living in the desert unless they had kidneys that worked in a certain way. There is an inevitable logic about how organisms function, how organisms are built, how organisms have evolved, solving this problem of optimizing a solution. And what the next two lectures are about is you can take the same exact principles and apply them to thinking about the evolution of behavior. The same sort of logic where just as you could sit there and with logical principles come to the point of saying, a giraffe's heart is going to be this big, you can go through a different realm of logic built around evolutionary principles and figure out all sorts of aspects of social behavior. And we already know what's involved in, say, optimizing what's the optimal number of whatever's in your kidney, what's the optimal behavior strategy or something. All of us, as soon as we got like some kid sibling, learned how to do the optimal strategy in tic-tac-toe, and so that you could never lose, and it's totally boring, but that's a case of figuring out the optimal solution to behavior, reaching what is called the Nash equilibrium. And actually, I have no idea what I just said, but I like making reference to Nash because it makes me feel quantitative or something. So that is called the Nash equilibrium. The Nash equilibrium, and what the entire point here is the same sort of process of figuring out what are the rules of optimizing tic-tac-toe behavior can be built upon the principles of evolution to figure out all sorts of realms of optimized social behavior. And broadly, this is a field that's known as sociobiology, emerging in the late 1970s, mid-1970s or so, and by the late 1980s, giving birth to another discipline known as evolutionary psychology, the notion that you cannot understand behavior and you cannot understand internal psychological states outside the context of evolution had something to do with sculpting those behaviors and those psyches. So to start off with that, basic song and dance about Darwin, just to make sure we're up to speed on this. Darwin, just to get some things out of the way, Darwin did not discover evolution. People knew about evolution long before that. Darwin came up with the notion of a mechanism for evolution, natural selection, and in fact Darwin isn't the inventor of that. There was another guy, Alfred Russel Wallace, the two of them, and for some reason Wallace has gotten screwed historically and Darwin gets much more attention, but starting off with a Darwinian view of how evolution works. First thing being that there is evolution. Traits in populations change over time. Traits can change enough that in fact you will get speciation. New species will form. And the logic of Darwinian evolution is built on just a few couple of very reasonable steps. First one is that there are traits that are heritable. Traits that could be passed on one generation to the next, traits that we now can translate in our modern parlance into traits that are genetic, and we will see soon how that's totally not correct to have said that, but traits that are heritable. The next thing is that there is variability among those traits. There's different ways in which this trait can occur, and they're all heritable. The next critical thing, some versions of those traits are more adaptive than others. Some versions work better for you. For example, giraffe who wind up with hearts the size of like a tomato, that's not an optimal version. Amid the range of variability, some will carry with them more fitness, more adaptiveness than others. And that translates into another soundbite that's got to be gotten rid of. All of this is not about survival of the most adapted, it's about reproduction of, something we will come to over and over again. It's about the number of copies of genes you leave in the next generation. So you've got to have traits that are heritable. There's got to be variability in them. Some of those traits are more adaptive than others. Some of those traits make it more likely that that organism passes on copies of its genes into the next generation. And throw those three pieces together, and what you will get is evolution in populations, changing frequencies of traits. And when you throw in one additional piece, which is every now and then the possibility to have a random introduction of a new type of trait in there, modern parlance, a mutation, from that you could begin to get actual large changes in what a population looks like. Okay. And the basic notion for folks who've come from this Darwinian tradition into thinking about behavior is you do the exact same thing. There are behaviors that are heritable, types, traits, classes of behaviors. They come with a certain degree of variation among individuals. Some versions of them are more adaptive than others. Over time, the more adaptive versions will become more commonplace, and every now and then you can have mutations that introduce new variability. totally logical, absolutely unassailable, and what we're going to spend an insane amount of time in this class on is one simple assumption in there, which is that certain behaviors are heritable, that certain behaviors have genetic components. And as you'll see, this one is just going to run through every lecture wrestling with that issue there. This is a big incendiary issue there as to how genetic, and that's not the same thing as saying how genetically determined, how genetic behavior is. Okay, so that's going to be an issue we come back to again and again. So now transitioning into how you would apply these Darwinian principles. First thing, before starting, a caveat. You're going to wind up, in order to think about all of this most efficiently, hopefully do some personifying. Personifying as in you'll sit around and saying, well, what would a female chimpanzee want to do at this point to optimize the number of copies of her genes in the next generation? What would this brine shrimp want to do to deal with this environmental stressor? What would this, cherry tree do? They're not planning, they are not conscious, they're not taking classes in evolutionary biology. What would this organism want to do is just a shorthand for something sculpted by the sort of exigencies of evolution and producing the optimal. They want to do this. This is just going to be a shorthand throughout. Once you get past the apes, nobody is wanting to do any of these optimization things. So just getting that sort of terminology out of the way. Okay, so we start off with what's the first building block of applying Darwinian principles to behavior. Something that is absolutely critical to emphasize, because the first thing we all need to do is unlearn something we all learned back when on all those National Geographic specials, and that would consistently teach us something about this aspect of evolution and would always teach it to us wrong. Here's the scenario. So you're watching, and there's this wildlife documentary. It's dawn on the savannah. And you see there's a whole bunch of lions on top of some big old dead thing, some buffalo or something, and they're chewing away and having a fine time. So something happens at that point, which is they have to deal with how they divvy up the food. Or let me give you another example, another standard sort of endless vignette that comes up in these films. Once again now, you're back on the savannah. It's not dawn this time, but you were looking at one of the magnificent things of the natural world, which is the migration of zebras throughout East Africa. A herd of 2 million of them migrate around following a cyclical pattern of rains, so they're always going where the grass is greener. So you've got this wonderful herd of 2 million wildebeest, and there's a problem, which is there's some great field right in front of them full of grass, and bummer, there's a river in between them and the next field. And especially a bummer, a river teeming with crocodiles just ready to grab them. So, what are the wildebeest going to do? And according to the National Geographic type specials we would get, out would come a solution. There's all the wildebeest hemming and hawing in this agitated state by the edge of the river, and suddenly from the back of the crowd comes this elderly wildebeest who pushes his way up to the front, stands on the edge of the river and says, "I sacrifice myself for you, mein Kinder," and throws himself into the river, where immediately the crocs get busy eating him up, and the other 2 million wildebeest could tiptoe around the other way across the river, and everybody's fine. And you're then saying, why'd this guy do this? Why did this guy fling himself into the river? And we would always get the answer at that point, the answer that is permeated as like the worst urban myth of evolution, whatever. Why did he do that? Because animals behave for the good of the species. This is the notion that has to be completely trashed right now. Animals behaving for the good of the species really came to the forefront. A guy in the early 60s named Wynne Edwards, hyphenated Wynne Edwards, some hyphenated Brit zoologist, who pushed most strongly this notion of that animals behave for the good of the species. He is reviled throughout every textbook. Wynne Edwards and group selection, that would be the term, selection for the good of groups, for the selection for the good of the species. Wynne Edwards and group selection, I'm sure the guy did all sorts of other useful things, and anyone who really has any depth to them would find out. But all I know is that the guy is the one who came up with group selection. Animals behave for the good of the species. This isn't the case at all. Animals behave for passing on as many copies of their genes as possible. And what we'll see is when you start looking at the nuances of that, sometimes it may look like behaving for the good of the species, but it really isn't the case. So animals behave in order to maximize the number of copies of genes they leave in the next generation. Remember, not survival of the fittest, reproduction of the fittest. So first thing you need to do is go back to that vignette and saying, so what's up with the wildebeest there? And what's up with the elderly guy who jumps in the river? And finally, when you look at them long enough, instead of the camera crew showing up for 3 minutes, when you study this closely enough, you see something that wasn't apparent at first, which is this elderly wildebeest is not fighting his way through the crowd. This guy is being pushed from behind. This guy's being pushed from behind because all the other ones are saying, yeah, get the old guy on the river. Sacrificing himself. My ass, this guy is getting pushed in by everybody else. He is not sacrificing himself for the good of the species. He does not like the idea of this whatsoever. So he gets pushed in because the old weak guy, none of this group selection stuff. What came in by the 70s as a replacement, a way to think about this, is this notion of animals, including us, behaving not for the good of the species or the group, but to maximize number of copies of genes left in the next generation. And what you see is 3 ways in which this could occur, 3 building blocks. The first one being known as individual selection. The first one built around the notion that sometimes the behavior of an animal is meant to optimize the number of copies of its genes that it leaves in the next generation by itself reproducing. The drive to reproduce, the drive to leave more copies of one's genes. This was once summarized really sort of tersely as sometimes a chicken is an egg's way of making another chicken. No, that's backwards. Sometimes a chicken is an egg's way of making another egg. Okay, ignore that. Sometimes, what the guy said is, sometimes a chicken is an egg's way of making another egg. All this behavior stuff and all this animate sort of social interaction is just an epiphenomenon to get more copies of the genes into the next generation. Individual selection, a subset of way of thinking about this is selfish genes. What behavior is about is maximizing number of copies of genes in the next generation, and sometimes the best way to do it, sometimes the way that animals maximize, is to get as many copies by way of reproducing themselves. It's not quite equivalent to a selfish gene, but for our purposes, individual selection. And this can play out in a number of realms. And bringing in sort of a big dichotomy and thinking about evolutionary pressures, Darwin and the theory of natural selection. What natural selection is about is processes bringing about an organism who is more adaptive, what we just went through. Darwin soon recognized there was a second realm of selection, which he called sexual selection. And what that one's about is this is selecting for traits that have no value whatsoever in terms of survival or anything like that. Traits that carry no adaptive value, but for some random bizarro reason, the opposite sex likes folks who look this way. So they get to leave more copies of their genes. And suddenly, you could have natural selection, bringing about big, sharp antlers and male moose, and they use that for fighting off predators or fighting with other male. That would be natural selection. Sexual selection might account for the fact that, like, the antlers are green paisley patterns all over for that. And for some reason, that looks cool to female mooses. And what you wind up getting as a mechanism for sexual selection is, as long as individuals prefer to mate with individuals with some completely arbitrary traits, those traits will also become more common. So this dichotomy of natural selection for traits, driven by traits that really do aid leaving copies of genes outside the realm of just sheer sexual preference, sexual selection. And sometimes they can go in absolutely opposite directions. You can get some species where the female fish prefer male fish that have very bright coloration, and that's advantageous then to have the bright coloration by means of sexual selection. But the bright coloration makes you more likely to get predated by some other fish. Natural selection pushing against bright coloration in males very often often you've got the two going against each other, having to balance. So how would that be applied in this realm of individual selection? This first building block, sometimes an egg, sometimes a chicken is an egg's way of making another egg. Sometimes what behavior is about is one individual trying to maximize the number of copies of their genes in the next generation. A natural selection manifestation of it being you're good at running away from predators. Selection for speed, for certain types of muscle metabolism, for certain sensory systems that will tell you there's somebody scary around. That would be the realm of that. Individual selection, selecting in the realm of sexual selection to have more of whatever those traits are that are attractive. So this first building block, it's not group selection, it's not behaving for the good of the species, it's behaving to maximize the number of copies of one's genes in the next generation, and the most straightforward way is to behave in a way to maximize the number of times you reproduce yourself. Second building block, which is there's another way of accomplishing the same thing that you just did with individual selection. As follows. One of the things that could be relied upon in life is that you are related to your relatives. And what you get is the more closely related you are, the more genes you share in common with them. On a statistical level, identical twins share 100% of their genes, full siblings 50%, half siblings 25%. This is exactly something that's going to be covered in the catch-up section this week. If you're not comfortable with this stuff, this sort of thing will be reviewed in more detail. Okay, so the closer a relative is to you, the more copies of the more genes they share in common with you. So suddenly you've got this issue. You're an identical twin and your identical sibling has the same genes that you do. Individual selection, you will be just as successful as passing on copies of your genes into the next generation if you forego reproducing to make it possible for your identical twin to do so. Because on a level of just sheer numbers of copies of genes in the next generation, they are equivalent. And sometimes you will thus get behavior which really decreases the reproductive success of an individual in order to enhance the success of a relative. But you've got a constraint there, which is all of your relatives don't share all your genes with you. They have differing degrees of relatedness. And what that winds up producing is another factor, another observation, one of the great, witty geneticists of all time, a guy named Haldane, who apparently once in a bar was trying to explain this principle to somebody and came up and said, I will gladly lay down my life for 2 brothers or 8 cousins. And that's the math of the relatedness. You passing on 1 copy of your genes to the next generation is, from the sheer mathematics of just how evolution is going to play out over the generations, is exactly equivalent as giving up your life for 8 cousins to be able to each pass on a copy of their genes, because you share 1/8 with each of them and it winds up being a whole, and it's that math. And out of that, you get something that makes perfect sense instantly, which is evolution selects for organisms cooperating with their relatives. Something along those lines. And thus we have the second building block known as kin selection. Inclusive fitness, kin selection. First building block, individual selection, passing on copies of your own genes as a way to maximize future success. Second version, helping out relatives. Helping out relatives in terms of increasing their reproductive success with this vicious mathematical logic, which is, 1 identical twin, 2 full siblings, 8 cousins, and so on, as a function of degree of relatedness. And what this begins to explain is a whole world in animal behavior of animals being obsessed with kinship. Animals being fully aware of who is related to who and what sorts of ways. Animals being utterly aware of you cooperate with relatives, but as a function of how closely related they are. Animals put us in social anthropology in kinship terms, and could you marry the daughter of your uncle's 3rd wife or whatever, to shame in terms of how much a lot of social animals deal with relatedness. So, inclusive fitness, kin selection. Here would be evidence for it. Here's one example. Very cool study done some years back by a couple, Seyfarth and Cheney, University of Pennsylvania, looking at vervet monkeys. And these were vervet monkeys out in Tanzania, I believe. And what they did was a whole bunch of these vervet monkeys were sitting around, and they, the researchers, had made really high quality recordings of various vocalizations from the monkeys over time. So they had the sound of each animal giving an alarm call, giving a friendly gesture call, giving a whatever. And what they would then do is hide a microphone inside some bushes and play the sound of one of the infants from the group giving an alarm call. So what does the mother of that infant do? She instantly gets agitated and looks over at the bush. That's her child, all of that. How to know that everyone else in that vervet group understands kin selection? What does everybody else do? They all look at the mother. That's whoever's mother. What is she going to do next? They understand the relatedness, and they understand what the response will be. All the other vervets look at the mother at that point. Whoa, I'm sure glad that's not my kid giving an alarm call from the bushes. They understand kinship. Another version of that came out in these studies. So you've got two females, each of whom has a kid, a daughter or whatever, and female A and female B. And one day, female A does something absolutely rotten to female B. And later that day, the child of female B is more likely than chance to do something rotten to the child of female A. They're keeping track of not only revenge, but not revenge on the individual who did something miserable to you, but displaced by 1 degree of reproduction, keeping track of kinship. Animals can do this. All sorts of primate species can do this. And as we'll see, all sorts of other species can do this also. There's that caveat again. All sorts of other species want to figure out who their cousins are. They don't want to figure out. Evolution has sculpted an ability to optimize behavior along lines of relatedness in all sorts of species. So how would natural selection play out in this realm of kin selection? I will lay down my life for 8 cousins. And that's just sort of obvious there by now. How would sexual selection play out in this realm? I am willing to expend great amounts of energy to convince people that my sibling is incredibly hot. And with any chance then passing on more copies of genes. That would be inclusive fitness, kin selection in both cases, decreasing your own reproductive potential by way of being killed by a predator to save the 8 cousins, or having to spend so much time haranguing about your sibling, doing that in order to increase the reproductive success of relatives where you were willing to give up more energy and potential on your part, the more closely related the individual is. So you throw those two pieces together and you're suddenly off and running with explaining a lot of animal behavior. Individual selection, none of this for the good of the species, maximizing the number of copies of your own genes. And the easiest way, the most straightforward, is you yourself maximizing reproduction. Foundation number 2 to the whole thing, kin selection. Sometimes the best way of leaving more copies of genes in the next generation is using up your own reproductive potential, foregoing to help relatives as a function of degree of relatedness. Okay, that's great. So now the third piece, the third final building block of making sense of social behavior in the context of real contemporary evolutionary theory, the third block here, which is you look at animals and they're not all just competing with non-relatives and things. Animals forego competition at certain points. Animals would have the potential to be aggressive to other animals and they will forego doing so. And there's one circumstance in which that can happen where you get what is called a rock, paper, scissors scenario. You've got animals A, B, and C. A has a means of damaging B, but it costs A. B has a means of damaging C, but it costs B. C can damage A, but it costs A. And you get the right distribution of individuals with one of those traits in a population, and you will reach a rock, scissors, paper equilibrium where nobody is doing anything rotten to each other.
Wonderful. Great.
What if, though, your system is not 100% perfect? What if there's the possibility of a mistake being made, of sending the wrong signal? What if there's the possibility of noise in the communication system, and at some point an individual who does a cooperative behavior, thanks to a glitch in the system, it is read as having been defection. So what happens as a result? This individual, forget it. Okay, what happens as a result? The individual who cooperated, but somehow the message got through as cheating, they don't know. Something got lost in the wires between them in translation. The other individual is saying, whoa, that individual cheated against me. I'm going to cheat in the next round. So along comes the next round, and that individual cheats against them, this one who's cooperating, because they've been cooperating all along, they don't know about this error, and they say, whoa, that person just cheated against me. I'm going to cheat in the next round. So they cheat in the next round. This one says, whoa, they just cheated another time, again and again and again, and what you get is a seesaw pattern for the rest of time. You've just wiped out 50% of the cooperation. And what you've got is tit-for-tat strategies are vulnerable to signal error. That's something that soon came out in these studies of Axelrod's. And when I was a kid, there was like one of these like thriller books I remember reading where there's a glitch in the system, and at the time the mean, scary Soviet Union launched a missile that, no, it was the United States. The United States by accident launched a missile, a nuclear weapon where they didn't mean to, some cockroach chewed through a wire someplace or other, and the missile went off and wound up destroying Moscow. And oh my God, we had a cooperative system of mutually sort of restraint of aggression, all of that, and thanks to a signal error, a cheating signal was accidentally sent off. And how did the book end? A tit-for-tat response. In order to avoid sort of thermonuclear wasteland, the Soviet Union was allowed to destroy New York. All right. So that shows exactly how you could then get into a seesawing thing simply by way of if the system has any vulnerability to signal error. So it soon became clear, as soon as Axelrod began to introduce the possibility of signal errors, that tit-for-tat didn't work as well as another strategy, one that quickly came to the forefront. And that one, for some strange reason, that's the way it's shown. That one was called forgiving tit-for-tat. What happens with forgiving tit-for-tat? The usual rule, like tit-for-tat, if you cooperate, if they cooperate, you always cooperate. If they cheat against you, you punish them in the next round. Exactly same thing as tit-for-tat. But oh no, what if there's a signal error in the system and you've gotten caught in one of these horrible seesawing things? What forgiving tit-for-tat does is we'll have a rule, for example, that if we seesaw like this 5 times in a row, I will forego cheating the next time, and instead I'll cooperate. And that will get things back on track. I am willing to be forgiving in one round in order to reestablish cooperation after the signal error came in. And that one, as soon as you introduce the possibility of signal error, that one outcompetes tit-for-tat. Because it makes perfect sense. It's a great way of solving that problem. So that was terrific. Tit-for-tat with the ability to forgive, and what you would then see is variability. How many of these do you need to go through before you forgive? What's the optimal number of seesawings? All of that. So a whole world of optimizing how soon you are forgiving. Nonetheless, the general theme being forgiving tit-for-tat outcompetes tit-for-tat when you can have signal error. But there was a vulnerability. There is a vulnerability here to this one, which is you could be exploited. If you're playing against, for example, a tit-for-tatter or all sorts of other strategies where they don't have forgiving strings of defection, and you do, what's going to happen is you're going to keep going back to cooperating, and they're going to keep stabbing you in your back. Forgiving tit-for-tat is vulnerable to exploitation playing against individual players that don't have forgiveness in them. So what soon became apparent was an even better strategy, which is you start off with a tit-for-tat strategy. which is you are punitive, you are retaliatory, amid, being forgiving, clear, nice initially. You are willing to punish, and you cannot be exploited in this way. If and only if you have gone whatever number of rounds without the other individual ever cheating on you, if you've gone long enough without that happening, you switch over to forgiving tit for tat. What is that? That's deciding you trust somebody. You've had enough interactions with them that you are willing to trust them. This is the transition from pure rational optimizing to switching over. Forgiveness coming in there protects you from signal error. And of course, now a whole world of how many rounds do you need to do this before you switch that, as to what the optimal deal with that is. But again, this is a way of transitioning to solve the problem of signal error, but forgiving too readily and being taken advantage of. Soon, another strategy appeared, which was called Pavlov. And those of you who know Pavlovian psychology will see that this, in fact, has nothing whatsoever to do with Pavlovian psychology, and I don't know why they did that, but they thought it was kind of cool. But the rule was, remember, if you stab the other guy in the back, you get a bunch of points. If you both cooperate, you get points, not as many. If you both cheat, you lose some points. If you're taken advantage of, you lose a lot of points. So 2 outcomes you gain, 2 outcomes you lose. In Pavlov, the simple rule is, when I do something, if I get points, if I get some degree of reward, I do it again the next time. If I get rewarded in either of the first 2 types of payoffs, I do the same thing again. And the other part, of course, is, and if I play my strategy and I lose one of the two bottom outcomes, I switch to the other strategy the next time. And what you see is that can establish very good tit-for-tat stuff. But if you sit and spend hours tonight with, a long roll of toilet paper and playing out all the rounds of it, you will see what Pavlov allows you to do is exploit somebody else who is forgiving. So Pavlov goes along just fine with this, and as long as Pavlov continues, whenever they switch over to a forgiving tit-for-tat, Pavlov will outcompete them, because Pavlov exploits. What then emerged was just zillions of people studying all sorts of games like this, and there's other ones, ultimatum game is a trust game, but it's the same notion of business there, which is you choose to cooperate, you choose to cheat, what's the optimal outcome? There are mathematically optimal outcomes that you can use, and you run all of it against a computer and you get the optimization popping out the other end. Wonderful. So there's Axelrod and his buddies using terms like, oh, this strategy will drive the other one into extinction. Or this strategy works, but if you program in that every now and then there could be a glitch, there can be a mutation, this will be, they're using all this biology jargon, obviously metaphorically, but right around this point, the biologists look at this, who are just beginning to think about the sociobiology stuff, formal patterns of optimizing behavior, and they say, whoa, does this apply to the behavior of real organisms? Because at this point, it's just economists and computer types and diplomats learning when to optimize, all that sort of thing. Around the time there was a paper published, somewhat before that, this is a name nobody is going to know, lost in history, a guy named Daniel Ellsberg. Daniel Ellsberg became very famous around 1970 he was working in the Pentagon, and he stole thousands of pages of secret files there and gave it to the New York Times, showing how utterly corrupt everything that went on behind the scenes was in getting us into Vietnam, major blowout, all of that. He had spent the early part of his career perfectly happily working in the Pentagon for the military as a game theorist. Coming up with optimal patterns, and he wrote one paper called The Optimal Benefits of Perceived Madness. What times do you want your opponent to think you are absolutely out of your mind and going to do all sorts of crazy stuff, and where they wind up cooperating to keep you from doing that? The advantages of madness, what's that? That system's where things like mutually assured destruction doesn't work because you're willing to set it off. That the advantages of madness, this whole world of people working on it, mathematicians and war strategists, and there's the zoologists now looking at this saying, whoa, this is cool. I wonder if animals behave that way. And that's when people, now armed with their insights into prisoner's dilemma and tit for tat and all this stuff, started to go and study animals out in the wild and see, were there any examples where this happened? Yes, in all sorts of interesting realms. First example, vampire bats. Vampire bats, we are all set up to be creeped out by vampire bats, but in actuality, when you see a vampire bat drinking the blood of some cow or something, you are watching a mommy getting food for her babies, because vampire bat mothers are not actually drinking the blood, they're filling up this throat sac thing, and they go back to the nest and they disgorge the blood to feed their babies. She's just watching out for her kids. It happens that vampire bats have an interesting system of reciprocal altruism, which is a whole bunch of females will share the same nest. Will have all their kids and they're mixed in, and these are not necessarily related, so we've just left the world of kin selection. They're not necessarily related, but they have a reciprocal altruist system. Each female comes in, disgorges the blood, and feeds everybody's babies. And they'll all feed each other's babies, and everything is terrific. And they have this blood vampire commune going there, and they have reached a nice state of stable cooperation. Now, make the bats think that one of the females is cheating on them. Out comes that female flying off to find some blood, and instead you net her and get a hold of her and take some syringe full of air and pump up the throat sac, so the throat sac is really full and distended, but there's no blood in there. You've just pumped air into there, and stick her back into the nest there, and she's just sitting there happily. And the other females are sitting saying, look at her, look at how much blood she's got there. I can't believe it, because she's not feeding our kids. She's cheating on us. And the next time they go out to feed, the other females don't feed her kids. A tit for tat. And what you saw here is an exact example of introducing signal error in this case being some grad student pumping up the throat of some vampire bat, and showing that they're using a version of a tit for tat strategy. Totally amazing. People were blown away by this. Another example. Fish, stickleback fish, who in the world of animals, bats are probably not some of the brightest folks around, but I don't think sticklebacks are within light years of them. But stickleback fish can do a tit for tat strategy. Here's what you do. You have a stickleback fish in your fish tank, and you make him believe that he's being attacked by another fish. What do? You put a mirror up against the edge of the tank there. So within a very short time, I told you they were not that smart, so within a very short time, he's lunging forward at this mirrored thing and maintaining his territory against this guy and barely holding on, and that other guy is he doesn't get tired. Thank God I don't get tired. And they're just going at it, and now make him think he has a cooperative partner. Put in a second mirror that's perpendicular here. In other words, he sees his reflection there. And every time he moves forward, he sees that one moving forward, and which is fortunate because he's also seeing another fish coming from that way. And he's sitting there saying, this is great. I don't know who this guy is, but wow, what a team we are, doubles. This is great. He's in there in the thick. It's funny how those two guys are so synchronized, but whoa, we're holding him off and we're doing it. Now make him think his cooperating partner is in fact cheating on him. Take the mirror and angle it back a little bit. So the reflection is set back some, and what he now sees is the fish moving forward, but not all the way up to the wall there. The fish is hanging back there. The fish is cheating. And this stickleback is sitting there saying, in effect, that son of a bitch, I can't believe he's doing that to me. We've worked together for years, I can't believe he's doing that. Oh, he's pretending to go forward, but I see he's not really doing that. Fortunately, that guy isn't coming forward anymore either, phew. But I can't believe that guy's cheating. And the next time you set up this scenario, the next time with the chance, this stickleback doesn't attack its own reflection there. It is tit for tatting against this guy. So here we've managed to set up one of these deals within one fish and carrying it out forever. One fish ultimately with some very blistered lips. Tit for tat once again. Another example, this is the most bizarre one I can imagine and leads to all sorts of subjects that are going to come many lectures from now, but there are fish species that will change sex. And they do it under all sorts of strategic circumstances that suddenly begin to fit into this realm of what we've been learning about. And you've got one of these things called black hamlet fish, and they can change gender. So you'll have a pair of them who hang out with each other of opposite genders, and they take turns. They flip back and forth. For a while, this one's female, and for a while, this one's female, and they go back and forth. And that's great, but there's an inequity there, which is that the price of reproduction is greater for the female than for the male. As is the case in so many species, the female is doing all that egg and oviduct and progesterone stuff or whatever it is, and the male's just got to come up with some sperm there, doing reproduction as a cooperating pair. They're not relatives, reciprocal altruism, maximizing each of their reproductions. Whoever's the female in any given round is the one who's paying more. And what you see are reciprocal relationships there of the fish using tit for tat. If you get one fish that begins to cheat and winds up being a male too much of the time, the other fish stops cooperating with them. Again, tit for tat stuff. So people were just blown out of the water at this point, seeing, whoa, forget rational human economic thinking and all of that. You go out into the wild and bats and stickleback fish and gender switching fish and all of that, they're following some of the exact same strategies. Isn't nature amazing? No, nature isn't amazing. It's the exact same logic as saying a giraffe has to have a heart that's strong enough to pump blood to the top of the head of a giraffe, or else there wouldn't be giraffe. And when you look at this realm, it's applying the same notion, the same sort of wind tunnel of selective optimization for behavior in this case, when to cheat, when to cooperate, sculpt something that is as optimized as a giraffe's heart being the right size. So this made perfect sense. Wonderful. But then people began to look a little bit closer and began to see sort of the very distressing real world beginning to creep in there, which were exceptions. First exception. This was done by a guy named Craig Packer, University of Minnesota, looking at lions in East Africa. And what you get is typically prides are a whole bunch of relatives, usually female, sisters, nieces, all of that. But you will sometimes get prides that are not of close relatives. Nonetheless, they will get, reciprocal altruistic things going on. Lions, in this case, having the same trick as was done on those vervet monkeys, researcher putting inside the bush there a speaker and playing the sound of like 400 menacing lions all at once. And what you're supposed to do is freak out at that point, and all of you need to very carefully approach and see what's going on in that bush. So what would happen in a reciprocal system, and everybody does this, or if one time one of them cheats on you, you push that one forward the next time or some such thing. That's what you would expect. But what he would begin to notice is in a bunch of these groups, there'd be one scaredy cat lion, one who habitually stayed behind the others and who wasn't punished for it. So this produced this first puzzle that, sometimes animals aren't optimizing tit for tat. Sometimes animals haven't read Robert Axelrod's landmark 1972 paper, that sort of thing. And what you suddenly have is the real world. What could be possible explanations? One thing being, maybe they're not really paying attention. Maybe they're not quite that smart. Wait, bacteria are doing versions of tit for tat. What else could be going on? Lions interact in other realms. Maybe this individual is doing very reciprocal stuff, forgiving, overly altruistic stuff in some other realm of behavior. Maybe this lion eats less of the meat and backs off earlier or something like that. Maybe there's another game going on simultaneously. And this introducing the real world in which it is not just two individuals sitting there playing prisoner's dilemma and optimizing. You suddenly begin to get real world complexities coming in there. And by the time we get to the lectures way down the line on aggression and cooperation, what you will see is things get really complicated when you have individuals playing games simultaneously. The rules that you apply to one psychologically begin to dribble into the other one, all sorts of things like that. It will get very complicated. So a first hint there that in fact everything doesn't work perfectly along those lines. Here's another version. Here's one of the truly weird species out there, something called the naked mole rat. If you ever have nothing to do and you've got Google image up there, go spend the evening looking up close-up pictures of naked mole rats. These are like the weirdest things out there. They're the closest things among the mammals to social insects in terms of how their colonies work. They're totally bizarre, all of that, but they live in these big cooperative colonies that are predominantly underground in Africa, and they were discovered, I think, only in the 1970s or so. And for a while, when zoologists got together, if you were a naked mole rat person, you were just the coolest around, and everybody else would feel intimidated because you were working on the best species out there. And you would see these big cooperative colonies soon shown to not necessarily be of relatives, and reciprocity, all those sorts of rules. But people soon began to recognize there would be one or two animals in each colony that weren't doing any work digging out tunnels, bookkeeping. I don't know what naked mole rats do in terms of work, but there would be a few individuals who would just be sitting around, and there was these big old naked mole rats. They were much bigger than the other ones, and they were scarfing up food left and right. There goes Robert Axelrod down the drain. There goes all that optimization, because no one would be punishing these guys. What's the deal? And it took enough watching these animals long enough to see this notion of, oh, there's another game going on in which they play a more important role, and it is sort of dribbling across. When the rainy season comes, these big naked mole rats go up and turn around and they plug the entry to the tunnels there. That's what they do. And suddenly, these guys who have been sitting around doing no work whatsoever all year and eating tons of stuff, they suddenly have to now stick their rear ends out for the coyotes to be around or whatever it is that predates them. What we have is role diversification. Real animals, real organisms are not just playing one formal prisoner's dilemma game against each other at the same time. And by the time we again get to the later lectures on aggression, cooperation, all of that, we will not only see that things get much more complicated when you're playing simultaneous games, when you're playing a game against one individual while you're playing against another one, and then against triangular circumstances, how play differs if you know how many rounds you are playing against the individual versus if you have no idea, how play differs if when you are about to play against someone, you get to find out what their behavior has been in the previous trials with other individuals. In other words, if somebody shows up with a reputation, we'll see this is a much more complicated world of playing out these games, a much more realistic one. So we begin to see a first pass at all this optimization stuff and how great that all is. One final interesting addition to this game theory world of thinking about behavior like that, which came from a guy named James Holland, who apparently might have a different first name, but Holland apparently, as an interesting piece in history, he's the first person to ever get a PhD in computer sciences, which I think was in the late 50s, University of Michigan. Apparently there are realms of computer programmers who worship this guy, and he, like a lot of other folks in that business, got interested in this game theory, evolution of optimal strategies, and he designed ways of running all of this, and he introduced a new ripple, which is the possibility of a strategy suddenly changing, the possibility of a mutation. And what he could then study was mutations, how often they were adaptive, how often they spread throughout the strategy there of individuals playing, how often they drove the other strategies into extinction, versus ones that were quickly driven to extinction themselves. More cases where we are getting these systems where maybe they're not just metaphorically using terms from biology, maybe they are exactly modeling the same thing, and we will see more and more evidence for that. Okay, so reciprocal altruism. How would that play out in the world of natural selection? Natural selection, cooperative hunting. And there's lots of species that have cooperative hunting, wild dogs, jackals, some other species as well. That's like the definition of cooperative hunting, of cooperative reciprocal altruism if they're not relatives. How would sexual selection play out in the realm of reciprocal altruism? A little bit less obvious there. That would be if you and some non-relatives spend an insane amount of energy and time making sure you both look really good before going to the prom. That would be sexual selection working on reciprocal altruistic system. So what we have now are our three building blocks. This whole trashing of, it's not survival of the fittest, it's not behaving for the good of the species, it's not behaving for the good of the group, but instead these three building blocks, the ways to optimize as many copies of your genes in the next generation as possible. Way number one, individual selection, a version of selfish genes. Sometimes a chicken is an egg's way of making another egg. Behavior is just a way of getting copies of genes into the next generation. Piece number two, inclusive fitness, kin selection. That whole business, that's sometimes the best way of passing on copies, is to help relatives do it, and it's as a function of how related they are. The whole world of cooperation more among related organisms than unrelated ones. And as we will see way down the line, what is very challenging in different species is how do you figure out who you're related to? And humans do it in a very unique way that sets them up for being exploited in all sorts of circumstances that begin to explain why culture after culture, people are really not nice to thems, and it flows along those lines. This is something we will get to in a lot of detail. So degree of relatedness, a lecture coming, how do you tell who you're related to? But that second piece, kin selection. Third piece, reciprocal altruism. You scratch my back and I'll scratch your back. And whenever possible, you want to instead scratch your back and they want to make sure you're not scratching your back or whatever cheating counts as. But trying to cheat, being vigilant against it. Formal games where you can optimize it, very complicated. And can you believe it? You go out into the real world and you find examples of precisely that. Optimization with tit for tat. Isn't nature wonderful? It's got to work that way. And then you begin to see how the real world is more complicated, multiple roles, naked mole rats stuck in plumbing, things of that sort. Okay, so these are the principles. And what people of this school of evolutionary thought would say, armed with these sorts of principles, you could now look at all sorts of interesting domains of animal behavior and understand what the behavior is going to be like by using these. Okay, we start with the first example. Here we return to these guys. And we have one species here, and knowing this guy had a penis and this one nursed, we've got an adult male and an adult female. What is it that you can conclude in this species? Males are a lot bigger than females. So let's state it here as there's a big ratio of males to females. Meanwhile, in the next county, you've discovered another species where somebody's got a penis and somebody else is nursing, and their skulls are the exact same size. Oh, here's a species where there's no difference in body size between males and females. Okay, so let's begin to see, just using the principles we've got in hand already, what sort of stuff we can predict. Starting. Okay, which of those species? In one case, you have males being a lot bigger than females. In one case, you've got males being the same size as females. In which of those species, the first one like this, or the same size ones, in which ones would you expect to see more male aggression? First one. Okay, how come? Their bodies are built for it, which begins to tell you something. Their bodies are built for it, maybe because females have been selecting for that. You will see higher levels of aggression in species like this, where there's a big body size difference and much less of it in these guys. Next, you now ask how much variability is there in male reproductive success. In one of these species, all the males have 1 or 2 kids over their lifetime. In another species, 95% of the reproducing is carried out by 5% of the males. A huge variability skew in male reproductive success. Which species do you get the every male has a couple of kids and that's about it and all equally so? Which one? Second one. How come? because these guys are being selected for aggression. If they're fighting, there is going to have to be something they're fighting for, differential reproductive access. Okay, so you see more variability in species that look like this. Next, females come into the equation. What do females want? What do females want in the species on the left versus the one on the right? The one on the right, again, skull's the same size, same body size. On the left, what does the female want? What sort of male is the female interested in? Big, exactly. That's exactly the driving force on this. How come? Because she's not going to get anything else out of this guy. This guy is just going to, like the present is going to be some sperm. It might as well be some good sperm, some genetically well-endowed sperm that makes for a big, healthy offspring, increasing the odds of her passing on copies of her genes in the next generation. What about in this species? What's females looking for? Okay. Good. Hold on to that for a second, and let's jump ahead a few lines. One of the species, males have never been known to do the slightest affiliative thing with infants. They just get irritated and harass them and all of that. And the other, you have soccer dads who are doing as much raising of the kids as the females are. In which species do you get lots of male parental behavior? The one on the right. Okay, so lots of male parental behavior here. So somebody just gave the answer here, female choice. What would you see in this species? You want big, muscular guys. You want whatever is selling that season for what counts as a hot male, because you want your offspring to have those traits. And somebody else called out here, what do females want in this category? And what was it you said? Good personality, yes. Able to express emotions. That too. Okay, somebody else shouted out something that gets at the broader, more globally Oprah version. Okay, somebody shouted out parental behavior. You want a male who's going to be competent at raising your children. What is it that you want really most deeply? You want to get the male who is the most like a female you can get a hold of. You don't want some big old stupid guy with a lot of muscle and canines who's wasting energy on stuff like that he could be using instead on, reading Goodnight Moon or some such thing. What you want instead is somebody who's as close to a female as you can get to without getting this lactation stuff. Males are chosen who are the same size as females. So the term given here is choosing for paternal behavior, parental behavior, or parental, let's just put that in there. And that begins to explain the top line, species in which there's a lot of sexual dimorphism, morphism, shapes of things, sexual dimorphism, big difference in body size as a function of gender. And in these sorts of species where you get male parental behavior, not much variability in male reproductive success, low levels of aggression, and what females want is a competent male, these are ones where you see low degrees of sexual dimorphism. So how's a female going to figure out that this guy is going to be a competent parent? Once again, we just figured out if he looks kind of like you, because that suggests he hasn't wasted health and metabolism on stupid, pointless muscles when there's more important things in life for making sure your kids have good values. What else would the female want to know when she's first considering mating with the male? Is he a nice guy? Is he sensitive? Does he express his feelings? Is he competent at being a parent? What do you want the individual to do? Prove to you that he can provide for the kids. And suddenly you have a world of male birds courting the females by bringing them worms, bringing them evidence that they are able to successfully forage, they are able to get food. Female choice is built around appearance and behavioral competence at being able to be a successful parent in order to pass on as many copies of genes to the next generation as possible. Okay, how about lifespan? In which species is there a big difference in life expectancy as a function of gender? First one, Here, are you choosing for males to be as close to females as possible, and thus the physiology. Here, you got these guys who are like using huge amounts of energy to build up all this muscle, which takes a lot more work to keep in calories, and you're more vulnerable in famines. You've got these males with high testosterone, which does bad stuff to your circulatory system. You've got males who, thanks to all this aggression, are getting more injuries, more likely in species in which you have a lot of sexual dimorphism in body size, you get a lot of sexual dimorphism in lifespan. And then you look at these guys, and it's basically no difference by gender. Moving on, considering primates that are one of these two patterns, in which one do you always want to give birth to twins? In which one do you never want to give birth to twins? Who gives birth to twins? The one on the right, of course. How come? Because you got two parents on the scene. You are not a single mother, and you are a single mother rhesus monkey or something, and you give birth to twins, and you do not have the remotest chance of enough energy, enough calories on board to get both of them to survive. A twin that is born in a species like this has the same rate that it occurs in humans, about a 1% rate, and it is almost inevitable that one of them does not survive. Meanwhile, there's a whole world of primate species with this profile where the females always twin. Finally, you are the female, and you are contemplating bailing out on your kids and disappearing because there's some really hot guy over there who you want to mate with, and you are trying to figure out this strategy. So you are going to leave and abandon your kids. In which species do you see that behavior? The one on the right. The one on the right, because you bail out and the male is there taking care of them. You bail out in here and you've lost your investment and copies of your genes for the next generation. You see female cuckoldry, this great Victorian term. You see females cheating on the fathers in this species, but not in species like this, because the father is long gone in 3 other counties there courting somebody else, and doesn't matter, you're not going to get any help from him. In primate species of this profile, you always see twinning. And they both survive. And what studies have shown in these species, and we'll get to them shortly, is after birth, in fact, the males are expending more calories taking care of the offspring than the females. Go bail out on him and go find some other hot guy, which in your species counts as some guy who looks even more like you than he does in terms of what you want out of the individual. So what have we done here? We've just gone through applying these principles in this logical way, and everybody from the very first step was getting the right outcome. And these are exactly the profiles you find in certain species. Among social mammals, these would be referred to as a tournament species. A tournament species, whereas the one on the right is referred to as a pair bonding, a monogamous species. Because in this one, males and females stay together because they both have equivalent investment in taking care of the kids, all of that. What you have here is this contrast between tournament species and pair bonding species. Tournament species, these are all the species where you get males with big, bright plumage. These are peacocks. These are all those bird and fish species where the males are all brightly colored. What are the females choosing for? Peacock feathers does not make for a good peacock mother. Peacock feathers are signs of being healthy enough that you can waste lots of energy on these big, stupid, pointless feathers. That's a sign of health. That's a sign of all I'm getting from this peacock is genes. I might as well go for good ones. That's the world of peacocks. That's the world of chickens with pecking orders, dominating like that, lots of aggression. That's the world of primates where, as in savanna baboons, the male is twice as big as the female. Tournament species, where a lot of passing on of genes is decided by male-male aggression in the context of tournaments, producing massive amounts of variability in reproductive success, where males are being selected for being good like this, so they sure are being selected for having big bodies, which winds up meaning a shortened lifespan for a bunch of reasons. Females are choosing for that. These are guys who are not using their energy on parental behavior. Thus, you do not want to have twins if you were a female baboon, and you do not want to bail out on the kids because nobody else is going to take care of them. Go and look at a new primate species and see this much of a difference in skull size, and you'd just be able to derive everything else about its social behavior. Meanwhile, these guys on the right, pair bonding species, these are found among South American monkeys, marmosets, tamarins. You put up a picture of them, which I will do if I ever master PowerPoint in some subsequent lecture. You put up a picture of a marmoset pair, and you can't tell who's the male and the female. This is not the world of mandrill baboons with males with big, bright, bizarre coloration on the face and with antlers when the females don't, and that whole world of sexual dimorphism. You can't tell which one is the male and which one is the female marmoset by looking at them. You can't tell by seeing how long they live. You can't tell by how much they're taking care of the kids. You can't tell in terms of their reproductive variability. That's a whole different world of selection. All of the South American tamarins and marmosets, the females always twin. They have a higher rate of cuckoldry, of abandoning the kids. The males take as much care, if not more, of the kids than the female does. Very low levels of aggression, same body size, same lifespan. All the males have low degree of variability. How come? Because if you're some marmoset male, you don't want to get 47 marmoset females pregnant because you are going to have to take care of all the kids. Because as we will see way down the line in lectures on parental behavior, the wiring there is such is bonding with the offspring and taking care of them. No wonder among species like these, you have very low variability. All the males reproduce once or twice. This is the world of 5% of the guys accounting for 95% of the matings. This is totally remarkable because, again, that starting point, you start off here and you look at these and, oh, you can tell if they were bipedal and or are they diseased and malnourished simply by applying these principles of individual selection, reciprocity, all of that. One factoid, you see a new primate species and you see one nursing and one with a penis and they're the same size or they're as different in the size and you already know all about their social system. Very consistent across birds, across fish, across primates, of course, all of those, this dichotomy between tournament species and pair bonding species. As we will see way down the line, among some species, types of voles, rodents, that are famous in Hallmark cards for their pair bonding, for their monogamy. So we'll see they're not quite as monogamous as you would think, but nonetheless, a general structure like this. So, one asks expectedly, where do humans fit in on this one? Where do humans fit? And the answer is complicatedly. Are we a tournament species? Are we a pair bonding species? What's up with that? What we will see is we're kind of in between. When you look at the degree of sexual dimorphism, we are not like baboons, but we're sure not like marmosets. We're somewhere in the middle. Variability is somewhere in the middle there. I'm not going near that one. Lifespan, the dimorphism in lifespan tends to be in between, and parental behavior and likelihood of all of those. You look at a number of measures, and by next lecture, we will be looking at some genetics of what monogamous species and tournament species look like, and we're right in the middle. In other words, that explains like 90% of literature because we're not a classic tournament species and we're not a classic pair bonding one. We are terribly confused in the middle there. And everything about anthropology supports that. Most people on the planet right now are in a form of monogamous relationships, in a culture that demands monogamy. An awful lot of people who are in monogamous relationships in such cultures aren't really in monogamous relationships. Traditionally, most cultures on this planet allowed polygamy. Nonetheless, in most of those polygamous cultures, the majority of individuals were pair bonded and monogamous. You get two different versions of polygamy in different social systems of humans. One is economic polygamy, which is you're basically sitting around and the wealthiest guy in the village is the one who can have the largest number of wives, an enormous skew in reproductive success that's driven by economics. The other type is demographic. You have a culture where, for example, you have a warrior class. Guys spend 10 years as warriors, New York City accent, as warriors. They don't worry, there's no anxiety, but they eventually worry about getting a wife because by the time they're done being a warrior, they're like 25, and they marry someone who's 13, which is what you see in a lot of traditional cultures that follow that pattern. And at that point, you got a problem, which is an awful lot of those guys have been killed over the course of 10 years of being involved in high levels of aggression and 10 more years of life expectancy to catch up with you. There's a shortage of males. So you see polygamy there driven by demographics, and you see polygamy driven by economics and other types of society. So most cultures on this planet allow, traditionally, before the missionaries got them, most cultures on this planet allow polygamy. Nonetheless, within most polygamous cultures, the majority of people are not polygamous. We have one really confused, screwed up species here, because we are halfway in between in all sorts of these measures.
Okay. Cultures change. In the 18th century, the most terrifying people in Europe were the Swedes. They spent the whole century rampaging through Europe, and then something happened, something changed, and this is what the Swedish military does now instead. They haven't had a war in more than a century. Cultures change. Cultures change dramatically. Most importantly, brains change. New connections, lose old ones, expansion, contractions, brains change, behaviors change, people change. Sometimes astounding magnitudes of change occur. They could take decades. This man, John Newton, was a British theologian who in his old age played a central role in the abolition of slavery in the British Empire in the beginning of the 1800s. And amazingly enough, as a young man, John Newton made a living as the captain of a slave ship. And after he retired from the sea, he spent decades investing in the slave trade and growing wealthy from it. Until one day, something changed. Something changed, celebrated in a hymn that he wrote that has made him famous, the hymn Amazing Grace. Another version of change that can happen over decades. On the left is a man named Zenji Abe on the morning of December 6, 1941, about to lead one of the squadrons of bombers, Japanese bombers that attacked Pearl Harbor. He was one of the lead pilots in it. And on the right is Zenji Abe to the day 50 years later, where as an old man, he came to Pearl Harbor, where there was a ceremony happening for the elderly survivors of the attack, and in broken English, he went up to those men and he apologized to them for what he had done. So change can occur on that level. Sometimes change can occur over the course of hours to days. One of the most remarkable events in World War I was the Christmas truce of 1914. The first Christmas, the first December, various powers that be decreed that there would be a 3-hour truce along the trenches in France, 3 hours in the afternoon before Christmas Eve, so that soldiers from both sides could come out, retrieve their dead from no man's land. So the fighting stopped, and people came out and retrieved their dead. And then they started helping soldiers from the other side carry their dead back. And then they started helping each other dig graves in the frozen ground. And then they started having ceremonies and funerals together and praying over each other's dead. And before it was over with, they were sharing Christmas dinner and praying together and exchanging presents and singing. And by the next day, up and down the trench lines of France, German and British soldiers were playing soccer together and weren't keeping score. And they exchanged weapons and they exchanged addresses so that they could visit each other after the war was over with. And they made vows with each other to shoot over each other's heads so they wouldn't hurt each other. And it took the officers arriving 2 to 3 days into this and threatening to shoot these men to get them to go back to trying to kill each other. And the main point there is all of that acculturation and all of that military training and all of that propaganda evaporated in the course of hours as to who counted as an us and who was the them. Us is us in the trenches, all of us in the damn trenches, and them is any officer in the back lines who would have us die for their power. And that just happened over the course of hours. And sometimes change can occur in minutes. One of the things that galvanized the anti-war movement during the Vietnam War in the United States more than anything was the My Lai massacre. A brigade of American soldiers went into the village of My Lai, undefended, no weapons, made up of elderly people and children, went in there and killed 350 to 500 civilians, mutilated bodies, gang rape before killing, killed every animal in there, burned the fields, an appalling atrocity. Appalling in part because the US government covered it up for a year. Appalling because when it finally had to admit it, it handed out just a slap on the wrist to the commanding officer. And appalling because almost certainly this was not the only instance of that. On the right is a man named Hugh Thompson. This is the man who stopped the My Lai massacre. Thompson was a helicopter pilot. He was piloting a gunship that was flying over the village, and he had gotten reports of shooting there, assumed that American troops were under attack from Viet Cong, flew over, landed there to see what help he could give, got out of the helicopter and saw American troops shooting old women in the head. Saw American troops pulling babies underneath from out of their dead mothers to kill them, and this man saw what was happening. And at that point, there was a small surviving number of villagers huddling at one end of the village and a group of American soldiers coming towards them. And this man got in his helicopter and landed it in between the two, and he trained his machine guns on the American soldiers and said, if you make one more move, I will mow you down. In other words, over the course of minutes, he had completely changed who was an us and who was a them. And the main point of all of these people is none of them have any brain regions that we don't have. None of them invented any new types of neurotransmitters. They do epigenetics the same way we do, the same hormones, the same everything. They put their pants on one leg at a time the same way we do. Almost none of them had any indications beforehand that this was going to be someone capable of this sort of extraordinary change. So what I think we're left with here at the end is sort of an inversion of that like inevitable Santayana cliche of those who don't hunt and study history are destined to repeat it. What we have here, I think, is in fact quite the opposite. Those who don't study the history of astonishing human change and don't understand the science that begins to explain why to make that more likely, those of us who don't study that are destined not to be able to repeat moments like these. So on that note, thank you for your attention and good luck with your own best and worst moments.